I'd like to bring this meeting to order, and I would like the indulgence of the Board of Aldermen for something. As you can see, we have a crowd of first responders here, so while there are two additional things to consider to be put on the agenda, I would like to move H1 to, actually, even before the invocation. Actually, let's do the invocation, and then we'll do H1. We do the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll do H1 to get that, and so that all these people can leave if they want to. Oh, I'm sorry, H2? I'm sorry, H2. I apologize. So, Alderman Davis, would you be so kind as to do the invocation?
Let us pray. Most gracious, loving God, we thank you for the blessings you bestow upon Southport. We thank you for the rain. We thank you for when the rain ends and the wind ends. We also thank you tonight especially for first responders, whom we honor tonight and we honor always in our hearts. Guide us tonight to make good and wise decisions for the people of Southport. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we have two proclamations I need to read, please. So the first proclamation is for Arbor Day, and we do this because we are a tree city. So I will read the following proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind, water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide a habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable source giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economy virtually of business areas, beauty in our community, and whereas trees in our city are a great source of joy and spiritual renewal, and whereas the City of Southport has a very active forest committee, and that the City of Southport has been recognized as a Tree City USA for the 20th consecutive year. And now, therefore, I, Rich Ault, Mayor of the City of Southport, and the Board of Aldermen do hereby proclaim April 26, 2024 as Arbor Day in Southport, and urge all citizens to celebrate and support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Dated this 11th day of April 2024. Karen, would you speak about the upcoming event that's at the end of the week?
Well, I would like to invite Scott Lynn up. Scott is the chair of the Forestry Committee. And she's not coming up, okay. Scott, do you want to speak about it?
The only thing I would like to do is thank the mayor for reading the proclamation. This is the 20th year that Southport has been deemed a Tree City USA. And we will be celebrating Arbor Day on the 26th, which is a Friday at 11 a.m. at Taylor Field. We're going to have a wonderful guest speaker, Mr. Wayne Hoffman, and I encourage all of you to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chief Drew, do you want to come up now? So the City of Southport has another proclamation for one of those types of people that just make Southport the place that we love to live in and work in. Whereas Mr. Tom Lott has volunteered at the Southport Fire Department for 5 years after many years of serving with other fire departments, and whereas Mr. Lott has donated an extraordinary number of hours of an extraordinary number of rescue vehicles and supplies to the Southport Fire Department, including a 75-foot tower ladder, a water rescue boat, a jet ski, and a water rescue truck. Whereas Mr. Lott has facilitated a connection with the Mint Hill Fire Department, which contributed to huge savings when purchasing 2 ambulances. And whereas Mr. Lott has offered valuable advice and support during emergency planning operations and has been a friend and mentor to the younger firefighters who are just starting their fire service. Whereas Mr. Lott's contributions outside of the fire service are equally as generous and notable, including being the founder of the Southport Cares, a nonprofit organization dedicated to assisting residents with clothing, food, medical assistance, furniture, and funding after emergencies. During the COVID-19 shutdown, Mr. Lott assisted service industry workers and others affected the most during the pandemic by providing gift cards and food donations. Whereas Mr. Lott has led several fundraisers for Southport Cares, Southport Firemen's Fund, and the Southport Rescue Squad, and has served as a primary benefactor for these and several other charitable organizations. And now, therefore, I, Rich Ault, Mayor of the City of Southport, together with the Board of Aldermen, and I truly mean that, with the Board of Aldermen, and the men and women of the Southport Fire Department and Rescue Departments, do hereby express our sincerest gratitude to Mr. Tom Lott for all his contributions to the fire department, the rescue departments, and for his generosity and compassion to all those in need. Proclaimed this 11th day of April 2024.
Thank you. Thank you. It is me that's been the recipient of being able to be on a great fire department here in Southport. I'm very thankful to Chief Drew and to the members, the first responders that are here. As you said, I've been in other towns, and there's just something special about the first responders here in Southport, the commitment to the community, the constant training, and honestly, I've learned more and benefited more from them than I ever gave. I'm also thankful to the Board of Aldermen who've been supportive of the fire department and also donated to Southport Cares quite a bit. And lastly, this is an amazing community. I think everybody here knows that. And I've been lucky to experience and in a small way contribute to a town that's just absolutely fantastic. One plug for Southport Cares. We created it a couple years ago, just before COVID. It's the first responders, police, fire, and EMS. We formed a 501c3. When we go on calls and we see people in need, a lot of times they don't really understand what's happening. They're not processing it yet. So we've seen that we are in a unique position to act fast within 24 hours to give them support and also show that the rest of the community is with them as well. We gave a donation today to somebody that lost a house in Boiling Springs that we responded to yesterday. The poor man had burns on his hands, and I couldn't stop him from continuing to shake my hand because he was so thankful for Southport Cares, the first responders, and quite frankly, all of you that are part of this community that donate to us and give back, and everybody just cares for each other. So I'm sorry for the long-winded thing, but thank you very much. Thank you.
I would like all of our fire members to come and join behind me real quickly. Mayor, if you'll just stay with me just for a second. Firefighter Lott did not know this was taking place tonight. He is getting ready to leave the community and move back to Charlotte. I don't know why he would want to leave this area and move to Charlotte, but there is family there, and that's pulling at him to go back. But I'd like to say tonight real quickly, thank you, Mayor Alt and the Board of Aldermen, for the proclamation for recognizing Firefighter Tom Lott. Firefighter Lott has been a great asset to the Southport Fire Department in many ways. Not only has Firefighter Lott donated and contributed to the department monetarily, saving the taxpayers thousands of dollars, he's also given of his time by volunteering. I cannot think of a greater calling for anyone than to give themselves to public service for their fellow man. Over the years in Southport, we have built a fire headquarters for $3 million, and we've purchased engines, equipments, ladder trucks for millions of dollars. But the greatest asset of the Southport Fire Department are members that volunteer their time. Tom Lott has been a volunteer at Southport Fire Department for 5 years, and I hate to see him move away from the area. Not only has he provided valuable time as a volunteer, but he's also given advice that is invaluable. He's a firefighter's friend, a mentor, and a confidant. I Googled this afternoon, how much is a volunteer worth? I could not find a price tag. Then I Googled, how much is a friend worth? I could not come up with an amount. Tom Lott has helped connect people as friends in our department. Firefighter Lott has exhibited dedication, loyalty, and commitment to our members, our department, and community. He's a well-rounded man that you can count on in the time of need. I've served with him on the department. Also, I serve as the Vice President of Southport Cares, the charitable organization that he created and so graciously allowed us to be a part of. A life-changing and generous charity that has helped countless people in the greater Southport community. Southport Cares launched at the beginning of the pandemic and started giving when restaurants, hair salons, and barbershops closed. Gift cards were given to waiters, hairstylists, and barbers. We've helped patients from hip injuries with ramps, hospice patients with flower deliveries, homeless people with food, burned out victims with clothing, furniture, and funds, traffic accident victims with help, and many others have been helped due to Firefighter Lott's commitment and loyalty to this community. With that being said, tonight, I would like to present Tom Lott with a Fire Chief's Award this evening for all of his contributions to the Southport Fire Department and District. I'm also appointing him as a lifetime honorary firefighter with the Southport Fire Department, with full rights to respond to calls or emergencies anytime he is in our area visiting or is available. He will be just like a full-fledged member and be able to respond. Tom, I'd like to thank you for everything that you've done for our department on behalf of the City of Southport, but above all, I appreciate your friendship and setting the example for others to follow in your footsteps. God bless you and your family on your endeavors, and we would like to present this to you if the mayor would, and y'all smile that way.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, according to the agenda, is the mayor's comments. I'm going to hold the mayor's comments until we get to the approval of the consent agenda, because there's items on that agenda that I think we need to make sure everybody understands what we're consenting to. So with that, we're at public comment. Ma'am, is there a list of?
Mayor, would you like those who are speaking on one of the public hearings to wait? Okay. The first one I have is Mark Becerra.
There we go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the Board of Aldermen, everyone else. I am here. You might remember I am the chairman of the Center for the Arts in Southport, the newly established board of directors that was specifically impaneled to raise the funds and preserve historic City Hall to be the vehicle to implement the renovation of that project and through completion of what we hope to be a self-sustaining multi-purpose space for performing and visual arts, as well as a space that will provide chambers for the Board of Aldermen and meetings like this, as well as other civic functions. So I'm here just to give you an update. We had hoped to be on the agenda today, but and I had prepared we had prepared a presentation, but in lieu of that, we were asked to provide something in writing, which I've done. It might make a little more sense if we had an opportunity to do it and flesh out some of the details in here, but I think you'll get the idea of it from slide to slide. But with that in mind, we met back in December, I believe it was, after y'all were recently impaneled. And since then, we were recently impaneled too. We first met in October. And since then, we have obtained our 501c3 status and hit the ground running with this project. We've had meetings with architects and contractors and charitable foundations, all of which are eager to assist us with this project. And we've also had an opportunity to identify many funding sources, some of which are already being pursued. But that is where you guys come in, and we've kind of hit a point where we need to make the next step. And as you all may know, some of you may know, you had a previous memorandum of understanding with a different entity with a similar goal. That goal has been passed to our organization. And at this time, we currently don't have anything tying us to that property, and that's where you guys come in to help us. And so what we're asking is that we can set a meeting and discuss what we have in mind, be that in the form of a lease for long-term or a public-private partnership with respect to this property, where we can specifically discuss the details and finalize an agreement that's going to give us the authority to pursue the project through completion with these architects, with these contractors. And again, this is fleshed out a little more in detail in the presentation that I've brought. And if you have questions, we'd love to answer those at a meeting with representatives from our board at some time in the near future. Because at this point, we're ready to start asking for money. We've got people ready to be involved, but we can't in good conscience take people's money unless we have some kind of agreement in place with the city. We have a good opportunity to turn this building into something that we can all enjoy, that can give us all something that we can be happy to visit someday, and the sooner we start it, the sooner it'll be completed. So with that said, I appreciate your time, and I don't know how best to disseminate these, but I take one and pass them down. And again, I believe Town Manager, Mr. Mayor, all of you should have my contact information. I look forward to hearing from you in the near future.
As you know, in almost all cases, we don't comment on public comment, but for you, sir, I just want to make sure that you know that we're going to follow up and set something up.
Yes, sir, I appreciate that.
All right.
There is actually no public hearing tonight. We just have some discussion items, so I was confused. But Frank Poplars is next.
Say that the request for rezoning from R20 to R10 would meet the UDO and land use plan. I predicted that, it happened. It doesn't make it right, and doesn't make it right for the city. So that's my point. So let me give you a little background on the area we're talking about for those who are not familiar with Robert Ruark. First of all, the intersection of Robert Ruark, 211 and Howell Street, and 87 is, according to DOT, the busiest intersection in all of Southport. There is currently 6 subdivisions that use Robert Ruark. This would make the 7th. Robert Ruark is a dead-end street, only one way in, one way out. Besides the 7 subdivisions that will be there, there's 3 restaurants, 3 medical centers, a hotel, a gas station, and a senior center, all using that road as the only way in and out of that area. The density of that area is almost 2 times the rest of the city at 990 citizens per square mile for the city. This area is twice that. Besides that, it represents almost half of the equivalent population of the city living in that area. Last meeting, we had 2 representatives from the developing company. The board was asked, do you have any questions for them? There was no questions, but there was one question that should have been asked that was not. Why do you want to move it from R20 to R10? I know the answer. You know the answer. It's more houses, more profit. That's the only reason why you would do it. They didn't say that because the question was never asked. There's only one of them here tonight. Just remember, the purpose of them doing what they're doing is for their profit. They have no concern about the city. They don't live in the city. Not one development company that has developed in the city had a zip code of 28461 in the city of Southport. Every one of them. The UDO is not the reason we can't control our growth. We can't control our growth because we're not controlling the developers who are coming in here. We need to find some way to control them by putting demands on them that make them more responsible for what they're doing to us, to the area that they're in, and to the future of the city. Let me give you an example of the difference between 20 homes in that area and 40, which is the difference between R10 and R20. If you would assume there's 40 homes that they want to build there, and I throw out $500,000 a home, that's $20 million. Their profit's going to be somewhere between $2.5 to $3 million. The tax value that we'll get on that $20 million is $68,000. So where's all the money going as this is developed? Not going to the city. It's not going to help you with your infrastructure. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about R20 versus R10. This is why they are pushing for the R20. My last couple of points are this. Until the city makes the demands on the developers to provide the information that will help them make the better decisions, understand the impact on the city, and also, in my illustration here, what they're getting out of it, what we're getting out of it, we will not control the growth. So when we think about this 8 or 9 acres, 20 or 40 homes, that's not the point. It's not a big deal. The point is, this is the point where you or the alderman, the city or the alderman, make a decision and a statement to the citizens of Southport that we are going to control the future growth, not the developers. Tonight, you're going to decide that when you say R20 or R10. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Marty Younts.
Good evening. I'm Marty Younts. My husband and I live at 285 Lord Thomas Avenue in Cades Cove. And we have a Cades Cove contingency here tonight because we're all interested in this topic. I'm here to express my objection to the proposed rezoning of R20 to R10 of the 8-acre parcel on Robert Ruark Road that adjoins my neighborhood of Cades Cove. I'm opposed because our environment will not tolerate the destruction of this green space. The purchasers of the property knew that this tract was R20 when they bought it, and it was designated as R20 for good reason. If it is converted to R10, the entire 8 acres will have to be clear cut to accommodate over 20 homes. The runoff from this barren tract and its hard spaces will not be contained. My husband and I stayed in Southport during Hurricane Florence. For days during and after that storm, we raked debris, attempting to unclog road drains and to avoid floods in the homes in our community. Water drained from this plot of land into our neighborhood for days. After our exhausting work, the only home we were unable to save abuts the property in question. The homeowners had to have a hassle with the insurance company to have the interior of their house replaced. Quite frankly, the land in that spot is low and it floods without being ravaged and will definitely flood once it's ravaged. We also have a lovely family of deer who wander from the back of our property to the property across the street, the undeveloped property that I'm talking about. We saw these deer as recently as this past Tuesday. We fear what will happen to them and the wildlife if this green space is sacrificed for rabid construction. In our opinion, 10 to 12 homes are ample for this tract of land. Even with that number, the congestion on Robert Rourke Road will increase, and we will experience probable cut-through traffic on Cades Cove's private streets beyond the constant flow that we now endure. Please respect our objections and vote against rezoning this land. Thank you.
Brian Stevens.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Board of Aldermen, and fellow citizens. My name is Brian Stevens, and I live at 503 Cades Trail in Southport. I am here to address the requested change in zoning from R20 to R10 of the 8-acre tract on Robert Rourke. I ask that you not approve the change for more density. It's time to stem the flow of maximum development to a more modest and conservative approach for less density with thoughtfulness of our impact to the future of Southport and its residents. More density benefits only the coffers of the developers and consequently leaves the rest of us with the adverse impact of more groundwater runoff. It's essential that we consider the future impact of our decisions. Less density and more trees and open space make for better neighborhoods. We are a community of neighborhoods that need to be united in an approach that will save the character of our city. The continued and seemingly endless construction of homes provides little comfort that our city leaders actually care about the quality of life in our little slice of paradise. To push back against development is what I support. Do you? Additionally, I submit that the approach of this decision-making process is fundamentally flawed. How many in this room own property in Southport? Go ahead, raise your hand. How many? Thank you. You have skin in the game. You have a personal investment and therefore a vested interest in success. Because the Planning and Zoning Board person who recommended that the Planning Board approve the change from R20 to R10, which was immediately and unanimously adopted by other members of the board, is a renter, not an owner. He does not have skin in the game like you and I therefore propose this whole proposition is fundamentally flawed and that the requested change should not be allowed. Thank you for your consideration.
Bill Vino.
I'm going to respectfully decline to speak. My fellow citizens and neighbors have done a better job. Appreciate it.
Adam Stedman.
Hello again, everyone. I'm Adam Studman. I reside in Dutchman Creek Road, Indigo Plantation. I just wanted to follow up from my discussion a week and a half ago with regards to the Sable Palmetto located southbound NC 211 between the Duke Drainage Canal and Walmart. I wanted to, politely and respectfully request that the city continue to consider this, the request to move this tree to the Southport waterfront. I think an appropriate location was identified by Scott Lynn and the Forestry Committee and Tom Stanley. They've already pretty much pre-selected an appropriate location for this tree. Keep in mind that we've lost some sable palmettos as a result of this 211 widening. I fully support the Franklin Square project. I think, keep in mind, we're spending upwards of probably exceeding in excess of $70,000 on that project. This project is projected to be in the range of $1,500 to $1,800. So really about 2% of that project to save a tree that's about 20 to 25 feet. And, I think if we were to relocate this tree to the waterfront, it would actually enhance the overall aesthetic of the entire waterfront. And I think more locals would actually enjoy it on the waterfront as opposed to where it is currently. So you would actually have, I think, it in a better location. So, and also keep in mind, this would be a one-time expense. It would really just be a matter of transplanting the tree and, watering it and maintaining it. And I'd be happy to assist the town in any way to do that. And, if necessary, I would also be happy to contribute some funding toward it if, the city were not to allocate the entire amount necessary. In fact, the subcontractor might be open to negotiation. I don't know. I mean, the city would have to negotiate directly with the subcontractor. But of course, if I can be of any assistance within all ethical guidelines, I'd be happy to assist in any way. This is a way to preserve an already existing tree. We're not adding a new tree. I know that some people are generally against sable palmettos, but I do submit that they are a native species, and I think that they complement the town quite well. I mean, we already have plenty of them, but I think adding another one right on the waterfront that's already existing, instead of destroying the tree, preserving it would be the best approach. And in terms of cost benefit, I think this is about as good as you can get. I mean, everyone can benefit from this tree. It's a one-time expense. So thank you once again for your consideration.
Laura Sharkey.
I have some paperwork if that's all right to assist with my comments. Good evening. I'm here tonight to bring up two comments. First, I'm going to pitch the Earth Day lecture that'll be held on Earth Day, Monday the 22nd, at Trinity Church. It's co-hosted by Southport Nature Fest and the Creation Care team. 5 p.m., Roger Shue will address North Carolina energy demands and its future. My other purpose for coming tonight is to speak to the rezoning of a parcel of land on Robert Roark Drive. The process to amend a zoning designation requires both the Planning Board and the Board of Aldermen to confirm that the zoning request is consistent with the CAMA land use plan, and there must be evidence that the change is in the interest and will benefit the general public. It actually states that in the application. In fact, when the applicant completes the paperwork requesting a zoning change, the applicant is instructed to provide detailed evidence to support how a change in zoning will be in the best interest of the public and not solely benefit the applicant. This zoning request in particular does not fulfill that requirement. This request to allow an increased number of single-family homes on 7.9 acres does nothing to benefit the general public. It will only benefit the applicant if granted. The reasoning provided by the applicant for the rezoning to R10 from R20 is that there are existing properties with smaller lot sizes in this area, so therefore their rezoning should be granted. The weakness in this reasoning is that there will not be a requirement to provide any open space in exchange for smaller lots and reduced setbacks. The neighborhoods in the area, Southport Way, Cades Cove, and Osprey Landing, were all required as part of their zoning to provide undeveloped open space. There is no mention in the application for improvements to benefit neighbors, job creation, improved infrastructure for citizens, or how this request will not adversely impact the environment. It is simple to understand why the applicant can't list any benefits to the general public. There merely is none to be had. Allowing double the amount of single-family homes on the 7.9 acres will eliminate more wetlands, reduce the amount of wildlife habitat in the corridor, and will negatively impact the quality of the 6 acres of undeveloped open space that sits adjacent to it. The future land use map for Southport shows this parcel to be R20, low-density residential, and that is the proper classification for that land. The paperwork I gave you applies to the comments that I have to bring up. Policy 5.16 of the Southport CAMA Plan states that Southport supports preservation of wetlands. If you look at the map with the green shading on it, that is the map that comes from the Wildlife Resources Commission on Green Growth Planning. Different GIS layers can be selected for any parcel of land in North Carolina. The data layer shown is the Coastal Region Evaluation of Wetland Significance, or CREWS wetlands. So it's demonstrating how much wetland was actually in that area. Some of it has been extensively covered up with roads and houses, but the parcel of land in question and the land next to it, the 6 acres of undeveloped land, is heavily wet. So the map shows wetlands of substantial importance. These wetlands are not 404 wetlands, but they are instead the seasonal, temporary type of wetlands that are so common in our town. These wetlands provide recharge to the Castlehane aquifer that we draw water from to drink, and also provides drainage services for the Robert Roark corridor. The 7.9 acres also has multiple mature trees on it, which additionally help absorb excessive rainfall and contribute to the tree canopy coverage of the city. The other map is to show the biodiversity and wildlife habitat assessment. The brown shading is a rating of 6 out of 10, 10 being the maximum wildlife habitat. The amount of development along Robert Roark in the last 10 years has resulted in this being one of the last parcels of land to be untouched. It is only occupied by wildlife at this time. Allowing R10 zoning by doubling the number of houses that could be built on that property will significantly reduce the number of mature trees and habitat on that parcel. This would not be beneficial for the citizens or the wildlife living along the Robert Roark corridor. The applicant purchased the land zoned as R20, and it's their intention to build single-family homes. R20 will allow single-family homes to be built, but it would also best accommodate the environment in that area, and it would help us preserve those wetlands too. So I hope you take that in consideration in your final judgment tonight, and appreciate your time and your listening. Thank you.
I just have 2 comments to read. From Dennis Hetzel. To the Mayor and Board of Aldermen, although I am not a Southport resident, I sometimes feel that I might as well be, given the amount of time I spend in your remarkable community between my efforts as a musician in several bands, my volunteer work with the Artisans Gallery on Howe, and the frequency in which my wife, friends, and I patronize Southport businesses. I was honored to be asked to serve on the board of the Center of the Arts in Southport, which has picked up the ball for the Save the Hall Y'all campaign, as I know you're aware. I believe our proposal offers an exciting way to build on what makes Southport so special, while also providing a practical, efficient way to turn the problem of what to do with the old City Hall into an opportunity to create significant new space for not only the arts, but also civic purposes. It is my hope that the city will agree to follow up on what has been done and enter into a win-win lease agreement with the center so this work can proceed. Best regards, and thank you in advance for your consideration. And the next one is from Matthew Cowan. Dear Alderman, I come before you to advocate for a potential plan that has garnered favor among many citizens, the relocation of the sable palmetto tree situated between the Duke Energy Discharge Canal and Walmart. As a native tree to our city and county, this old growth specimen, sable palmetto, holds significant ecological and historical importance. While its current location stands as a testament to our natural heritage, concerns have been raised regarding its proximity to the Highway 211 widening project. With the consensus of many citizens, I believe it is prudent to explore the possibility of relocating this revered tree to a more suitable location. Sable palmettos are known to transplant successfully under the guidance of professionals, and such a move would ensure its continued contribution to our urban ecosystem. Furthermore, the relocation of this iconic tree would not only safeguard its well-being, but also provide a natural space for all citizens to enjoy. I respectfully urge the board to consider this proposal with earnestness and diligence, keeping in mind the best interest of our community and the preservation of our natural heritage. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Is that it, ma'am? Thank you very much. I now entertain a motion to end public comment. Any comment? All in favor say aye, please. Any opposed? Public comment is closed unanimously. The next agenda item is the approval of the agenda, and there's 2 issues that I'd like you to consider. One, I would entertain a motion to add a vote on the arborist for Franklin Park as one item. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
It's not on there, we're adding it. Yeah, okay.
Mayor, could I ask that we move that to the beginning of our agenda when we add it, just so?
I have no, anybody have an objection to that? Okay, we'll put that as agenda 1. Or agenda A, so we don't get confused later on, okay? So, we're moving it, well, I'm gonna put it A so I can go down the numbers correctly. 1A. All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. The second one is, I'd like to entertain a motion to add an agenda item for the right-of-way, for what I'm calling a right-of-way moratorium or my right-of-way pause for 30 days until we get the right-of-way documents and recommendations from the city staff.
So moved.
This would be, okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any conversation? 1B. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And so now we are at the consent agenda. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Okay. It's, motion is made. There's a second. Is there any comment? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously, but I'm going to make, as I said in the very beginning, some comments on the consent agenda, because there's a number of things here I want to make sure you understand what we consented to. So, consent agenda item number 1 is a resolution to support and accept funding for the INA study. We had put in for funds for $400,000, but we haven't completed that whole transaction yet. So this will allow, by us approving this and moving forward with this, will allow us to finish the paperwork so we get the grant money for the $400,000 that went to, when I say I&I, I'm talking about the infiltration and, what's the other I for?
Inflow.
Inflow. It's for checking the sewer pipes to see if they're leaking. That's what it's for. So we've done some of that work. We've thrown smoke grenades down there. We put cameras down there. We've done a lot of work on that. But this will allow us to recoup some of those costs of $400,000, just as an FYI. Consent number 2 is the minutes from the February 28th meeting. Consent number 3, the minutes from the February 29th meeting. Consent number 4 is the meeting notes from March 4th. Consent number 5, I'm sorry, is some closed session meeting notes. Consent number 6 is minutes from a special board meeting. Consent number 7 has to do with Turtle Bay and setting a public hearing for it, which will be May 9th? Yes. May 9th. To start the process, the paper process for looking at potential annexation of that piece of property. This is not, we did not vote on the proposal, the project. We're just doing the setting of the public hearing and starting the paperwork that we can either move forward with or not. It just takes a couple of weeks to do that. Consent number 8 is a grant for a planning thing from the RPO, and as we've talked about the RPOs in the past, the RPO is the transportation analysis group that Southport belongs to, as well as several other jurisdictions in Brunswick County, Pender County, and Columbus County. This is an opportunity for us to look at some funding grants and a review and analysis of different aspects of. When I say transportation, I'm not talking about just roads. Transportation for everything, from the airport to the ferry system, to the roads, to the bike paths. Anything that moves people from point A to point B is transportation. So we're re-entering this game, and we're approving that with the RPO. Consent number 9 is the process of following up on a grant proposal for the dredging of the yacht basin. We're asking for $2,847,375,000. Okay. You should know the other side of that coin is, and I don't have the exact figure, but we have to pay 1/4 of that cost. I believe it's like 700. That's what I had. I had 711. So when we go through with this, we would be responsible for $712,000 to dredge that. So because there's a big hunk of taxpayers' money involved in this, I wanted to make sure that you knew what we had approved for. And I think that's the end of the consent agenda. We're now at presentation number 1, which is the bond rating presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. So, no, we voted. Yeah, we voted. Yeah. So we're now at presentation number 1, which is the bond rating. Sir,
I'll introduce Paul.
Okay.
Attorney Billow is with us tonight. At one of your previous, I think it was at the workshop, you had asked to have some information on bonding and how it works and how you go about it. Paul is our Attorney Billow is our bond counsel. He's a partner in Womble Bond Dickinson, and he is here to go over an overview of bonding and answer all your questions.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and board members, for having me here. Again, my name's Paul Billow. I'm in the Raleigh office of Womble Bond Dickinson, and I have practiced my entire 35-year career in municipal finance space, and started working with the city about a year ago on some utility financing issues that had come up. And when Bonnie recently reached out to me and asked with some potential projects that the city is going to be looking at, you know, what do you do, how do you go about financing them, and what's the process? And I'm going to try to digest about 35 years of knowledge into about a 10-minute presentation. So here we go. Because I'm a lawyer, I start with legal considerations, and one of the things when you talk about municipal debt in North Carolina, there's a few things that govern that. The first one is the North Carolina Constitution, which most people don't even know really exists, but there is a state constitution. Article 5 deals with finance matters. There's two major tenets under the North Carolina constitutional provisions. One is when you borrow money, it must be for a public purpose. You can't be for private purpose, and there's a whole bunch of case law dealing with that in terms of, you know, providing financing for nonprofit hospitals that are private and those types of things. So, you know, whenever we do a financing, we got to determine that there is a public purpose behind it. And then there's also limitations on issuing debt, particularly without a vote of the people. And that deals with referendum requirements and those types of things. And of course, in addition to the North Carolina Constitution, North Carolina is what we call a Dillon's Rule state. Whenever you look to borrow money, there has to be statutory authority. There has to be some basis in the law for going out. You can't just go out like a private individual and do whatever you want to borrow money any way you want to. There has to be a statutory scheme for doing that. So that's what we're going to talk about this evening. So let's just talk about the different types of debt obligations that could possibly be used to finance your projects. The most common, the most that people know about, if you've ever voted in a bond referendum, this is the type of debt we're talking about. It's called general obligation bonds. And what a general obligation bond is basically a promise of the city to pledge their full faith and credit and their taxing power to pay the debt off. So if you don't have enough money to pay the debt, you have to go out and raise taxes sufficient so that debt gets paid off. That's the debt that you typically see is voted in a bond referendum. And when you're voting in a bond referendum, what that generally means, people think you're voting for the project. You're really not voting for the project. You're voting for the right of the city to issue these bonds and pledging their taxing power to pay those off. That's technically what you're voting for. There are certain exceptions for emergencies, what we call a two-thirds exception. A two-thirds exception is if in any year you pay off a certain amount of GO debt, general obligation debt, the next year you can issue up to two-thirds that amount without going to the voters. It only really works a lot if you have a lot of debt GO debt outstanding, so that may not be an option for you since you don't really have that. But that's GO bonds, and we're going to talk about the process about that in a second, but I just want to kind of give a general overview of the categories. Second, revenue bonds. Revenue bonds are what we call more limited obligations of a city, and they're usually limited and payable solely from the revenues of a revenue-producing or utility system. So most common you would see electric, water, sewer, natural gas, those types of things. So when we were first engaged last year and working with Bonnie and we were looking at maybe issuing some debt through a state program, it was going to be a revenue obligation. And those bonds are not secured by your taxing power. The only thing a bondholder can do is force you to use your revenues of that particular system or revenue producing enterprise to pay the debt. So this type of debt You know, the things that I understand you're talking about, maybe like police station, roads, city hall, they're not revenue producing facilities. So a revenue bond would not be a, you know, type of debt you would use for that type of project. By the way, those are not, I think I'm going the wrong way. Sorry about that. Yeah, those are not subject to a bond referendum because you're not pledging your taxing power. So just we'll note that further. The third most common type of financing, and probably the most common type of financing you see in North Carolina today, are generally defined as installment financing obligations. In North Carolina, if you work in this industry, you often hear them called 160A20 financings, which is a reference to the statute that authorizes you to do this type of debt. I put in there that basically it's an installment financing. So you're buying something over time. Like if you lease your car, you buy your car over time, you're putting a financing in it, and you put a mortgage or a lien on the project you're financing in order to secure repayment. When these types of obligations first started being used, there were constitutional concerns because you were actually using tax money to pay these. Let's say you finance a fire truck or a fire equipment over time, and you used your general funds to pay those. But there was a seminal case in 1992 called the Wayne County case that said if you had certain things that you could do this type of debt without a voter referendum. And the challenge here is could you do these without a voter bond referendum? And the Supreme Court came out and said you can under certain situations. One is that you can't pledge your taxing power. So you can use your tax money to pay for it. But every year you have a right to appropriate money to pay this. But you have the legal right at any given time to just say, you know what, I'm not going to pay this anymore. And if you do, then if they have a mortgage or a lien on it, then they could foreclose on it. You would lose the property that you were financing, but there would be no deficiency judgment. So at the end of the day, the only legal source of security for repayment of that obligation is the project you were financing in and of itself. And that's why, because it's not an unlimited pledge of your taxing power, that's why the court said you can do these without a voter referendum. That's, as you might imagine, why you see a lot of these in North Carolina now, is because of timing or because of controversy of the project. Think about it. A lot of jails, people would be doing bond referendums for jails. They're like, well, we don't want a jail in our community, and so they would not vote for it in a bond referendum, but the county would have an obligation to provide a jail, so they had to come up with a way to be able to finance those things. So you'll see a lot of these financings going forward. And when you do installment financings, you can either do them directly with a bank, just enter into an installment financing directly with a bank to finance it, or there are ways through what we call certificates of participation or limited obligation bonds where you can kind of do an installment financing structure but issue it as a publicly offered debt obligation bond type thing as opposed to a financing. And we're going to get into that subject in just a second. There's some other types of indebtedness that have limited use. Special obligation bond, where there you have a bond and you pledge non-tax revenue sources to pay those back. A lot of times it started out, you would see those for landfills because landfill revenues were not sufficient to do a revenue bond. So you had to come up with, and you pledge non-tax sources, because if you pledge tax sources, you would have to vote it through a bond referendum. So that's, again, a way to do it. Then there's some other types of, lease purchase, which is very similar to an installment financing, just structured as a lease as opposed to an installment. And then there's some, exotic type things that you see from time to time. But those are the three basic types of financings that you see in North Carolina. So let's just talk about GEO-bonds. GEO-bonds, there's a two-step process. There's the authorization of the bond itself, and that culminates in a bond referendum. and that's generally a 5 to 6 month process. So for instance, if you decided today that you wanted to do a GO bond issue or bond referendum in the November election, you would probably be starting the process in June. So keep in mind, I don't know how quickly you're thinking about doing something, but if you want to do something in November, you know, June is probably when you would start. The key is the next one. Referendum dates must be scheduled on dates where other elections are being held. It used to be you could schedule a special bond election at any time. The statutes changed because people were not going out to vote when there wasn't a lot of other things on the ballot. So now, you know, if you don't do it in November, you got to wait till your next either general election, primary, or county or municipal election before you could hold a bond referendum on that date. As I said, everything's statutorily driven. There's a whole statute that deals with the process. There's public hearings, there's notice requirements, there's sworn statements of debt, there's a lot of documents that need to be done, resolutions to be adopted, notices to go into paper. The good news is that's what I do. That's what I do for a living. I draft all that. We walk you through the process. We prepare all the resolutions, all the notices, work with staff to make sure all that's done. So, you know, but, you know, that's the process. If you're going to have these are just some of the key tenets. If you're going to have a bond referendum and you're doing it for different purposes, you have to vote each purpose separately. You can't combine a police station and streets together. You have to vote each one separate to give voters the right to say yes or no on each particular thing. There is, some of y'all may know this, but in North Carolina, there's an entity called the North Carolina Local Government Commission, which is part of the state treasurer's office. They basically control and approve all debt issuances in North Carolina. So pretty much every debt you do goes through this North Carolina Local Government Commission. Sometimes they're a pain to deal with, but for the most part, they do add value, and actually there's evidence in the national marketplace that debt in North Carolina gets better interest rates because of the North Carolina Local Government Commission and the oversight they give with respect to debt. They're going to make sure that you don't get into things that you shouldn't be getting into. So they're an oversight body for you. Again, we coordinate the process. Then once the bonds are authorized, you declare the results of the referendum and you're ready to go. You can go right away, or you can go 7 years. And actually, you can extend it to 10 years in certain cases with an extension of it. So a lot of times what you see is, you know, let's say you could vote $40 million of street and sidewalk bonds, but only issue, you know, $5 million in year 1 and $10 million in year 3, and so you can break it into tranches and issue it at different times. You have 7 years and potentially up to 10 years. Revenue bonds, I won't spend a lot of time on this because I think the projects you're talking about, as I said, are probably not revenue projects. They don't require a vote. There is a statutory process. There's a public hearing. Revenue bonds also are probably, you know, in terms of documents, when we do a GO bond order, the document is about 13 pages. When we do a revenue bond order, the document's about 120 pages. So it has a lot of operational covenants and things like that. So they're probably the more complex way to go, but they are a good way if you ever have a utility or a revenue producing system to do debt. Installment financing obligations. These actually are probably the quickest, easiest to do, put together. You do have to have a public hearing if it involves real property. It is subject to LGC approval except for some smaller short-term equipment type financings, but normally subject to LGC approval. There's, like I said, there's a document called an installment financing agreement which you issue the debt under, and then there's a security document, either deed of trust or a security agreement that puts a lien or mortgage on something that you're financing. A couple things to note on that. Some things are not good for this type of financing. Think about streets. It's hard you can't really put a mortgage on the street because it's a public right of way. You know, a police station, fire station, a city hall. Those are the projects we typically see, something where you can put a mortgage on it. Keep in mind, this is the only financing where if you don't pay it, you run the risk of losing the facility. So, I said before that it's interesting that this debt is basically, I promise to pay you unless in any year I decide I'm not going to pay you. And if I don't pay you, I have the legal right not to pay you. You can just come get your property back. The risk is you lose your property. That's why banks will generally lend money when you don't really have the right to say I'm not going to pay, because they think as a practical matter, and also remember the local government commission being an oversight body, that they're not going to let you not pay the debt. So I think the expectation is the debt will get paid. So, I understand one of the questions that people ask is, credit ratings. What do we do for a credit rating? And, how do we go about, how do we market? What do we do to actually get the debt and get the money in our hands? Well, there's two processes, for borrowing money. One is to go directly to a financial institution and borrow the money. And you structure it as a bond or a note or an installment financing agreement, but essentially call it a loan. You go to the bank and get a loan, and the documents are structured a little bit differently than what we would sign if we personally went to a bank and borrowed money, but it would be a private negotiated transaction with a bank or a financial institution. The way that process typically works, we're going to talk about it in a second, but a lot of local governments have financial advisors, and they usually assist, and we do this sometimes too as bond counsel, is do an RFP. If you don't have a relationship with a bank that does this, that you want to borrow from, you don't have to bid this out legally, publicly, because it's a service contract, but you go out for an RFP process and you get banks to respond so you can find out what you can get the lowest interest rate and best terms for that financing. And they'll usually hold their rates for 45 to 60 days, so you can actually do the process of developing the financing documents and getting everything approved. For these, no credit rating is required. So if you do a financing through a bank, then you don't need to go to the three rating agencies, Moody's, S&P, and Fitch are the three rating agencies. You don't have to get a rating. If the city had a rating, they would probably disclose that to the lenders to let them know, hey, we're rated AA, so they know what your credit profile is. But if you don't have one, the banks would not require you to go out and get a rating just to do this. But they would ask for financial statements, and they would look at things and financial information. Here, you have the lender directly at the table, so it's kind of a negotiation of terms with them, which is a good segue to a public offering. So a public offering, generally what you do at that point in time is you engage an underwriter, an investment banking firm, that will help you sell this debt in the public marketplace. And so we work with, the finance team, which would be bond counsel, the underwriters counsel, and we would put together not only the financing documents, but we'd also put together an offering document, which we call an official statement, which is basically like a prospectus for a stock offering. And you would put that together. It'd have a lot of information about the city, and its finances and its operations and its demographics. In this case, you would go out and you get a credit rating. And keep in mind that credit ratings are different for different things. You do have a general obligation credit rating, but if you were also to do a revenue bond, that system would get rated separately. So for what you're talking about, it would be more like a general fund, general obligation credit rating. I talked to First Tryon, who's the financial advisor that the city has used some on the utility side. And, they seem to think with the demographics and economics and financials of Southport, you'd be looking in the AA category somewhere. AAA is the highest. BBB is the lowest investment grade. So it goes AAA, AA, AA, single A. and with each category, you have a plus or a minus or a 1, 2, and 3. And so he said probably, you know, maybe AA2, AA3 is what you would be looking at for a general obligation credit rating. But you'd have to go through the process. You generally go through the process when you're issuing debt. You can just go and ask for a general credit rating if you're just interested, but there's really no reason to pay the money for it unless you're going to be issuing public debt or someone else is requiring it. Let's see what else here. So remember, in the private placement, you go out for this RFP, and the banks will say, I will finance this project for, and usually in your process, you set the term, like I want to borrow for 20 years, level principal. You basically tell them the structure you want to do, and they'll come back and say, we'll do that for 4.5% interest. When you do a public offering, you set it all up, and then you just send your offering document out into the marketplace, and the interest rates and yields you get on that day, on your sale date, is just what it is. It's what the market is that day. Now, in theory, because you're offering this debt to a much broader potential investor base, your rates will be better in a public offering than they will be with a private bank. That being said, it's not always the case. It's all market driven. Are the banks hungry for this type of debt? Keep in mind that most local government debt is issued as tax-exempt debt. And what that means is if the owner of this debt does not pay tax on the interest. Because of that, you get a lower interest rate. You know, if someone wants 6% interest because they have to pay taxes on it, they're willing to take 4.5% interest if they don't pay tax on the interest. So doing it as a tax-exempt debt instrument, which these would generally be, there's some cases for tax code reasons you can't do them tax-exempt, but for the most cases for government projects or tax-exempt debt, which means you'll get a lower interest rate in the public marketplace. So, you know, how do you decide which one of these to do? The answer is we work with staff, we work with the financial advisor. The people that have been doing this in the industry have 30 years or more experience doing this, and we generally know, based on the type of project, you know, how long you're going out, the size. I mean, bank financings, historically, shorter term, smaller dollar amounts, not complicated projects. Public offerings, larger deals, longer terms, more complicated things. The other thing I would tell you is a public offering is good in that you don't have a lender sitting at the table telling you, dictating what you basically dictate to potential lenders what you want to give them, and then they just decide if they want to buy the bonds or not, and the rating agencies will rate it based on those criteria. So you have a lot more flexibility and not as many maybe hindering covenants when you do a public offering than you would with a private negotiated, although banks would probably argue with me on that point. But so, you know, timing, a private direct transaction with a bank, shorter period of time. You don't have to do an offering document. You don't have to get ratings. Generally, it's cheaper to do a private placement than it is to do a public offering. But the trade-off is you may get lower interest rates. So it may cost you more up front to actually do the financing, but you get lower interest rates, so your overall cost of borrowing is less. And historically speaking, if you do a public offering, theoretically, it's cheaper than doing a private placement. And if you can do it cheaper as a private placement, then you're probably better off to do that. You all have this slide, so you know, I'm going to open this up for questions. So, you know, so in any financing, who's involved in it? Obviously, the issuer, the borrower, local government commission. I've already talked about bond counsel. That's who I am. We're kind of the quarterback for the transaction. We make sure everything gets done and gets done on time. We work with the city attorney, local. With these installment financing, we talk about having deeds of trust, so you know that brings in title insurance and title searches and those types of things. So we work with local attorneys on those types of things. If you do a public offering, you have an underwriter. If you do a private placement, you have a lender, and they have their counsel. I mentioned financial advisor. Probably 10 years or so ago, very few municipalities had financial advisors. It's in the last probably 10, 12 years, you've seen as things become more complex and people have challenges that they're trying to meet. A financial advisor is a great tool to have. They help you with capital planning. They help you run debt models. They help you on structuring your, your financing to, mirror your debt or your tax revenue growth. And then in connection with a financing itself, they're kind of an advisor in terms of, do we do private versus public? Do we include certain covenants? They're basically the financial side to what I do on the legal side. And they do have whereas the underwriter does not have a fiduciary duty to the city, the financial advisor does. So they're on your side. Everybody's friendly in these transactions, don't get me wrong. You work together as a financing team, but legally the financial advisor has a fiduciary duty to do what's in the city's best interest. A lot of your financings, particularly your public financings, you'll have a bond trustee that will basically, you pay the bond trustee and the trustee pays the bondholders. And if there's ever a default, the trustee acts on behalf of the holders to work out whatever arrangements you would have to work out. I know that's a lot of information in a very little bit of time, but I'm just here to answer questions and happy to address any topic relating to debt that you would like me to address to the extent I know something about it.
No, I'm sorry, sir, it's for us. The question's from us. So are there any questions on the board?
You mentioned that typically this going out to get a bond rating is done during the process of issuing the debt?
Correct, during the sales process.
During the sales process.
Correct.
You said you think that Southport would be a AA based on what you know of us so far?
In the AA category, and that does not come from me, but that came from the financial advisor who the city has been working with, David Cheatwood at First Tryon. And that he hasn't done an in-depth review of that. But to be honest with you, the differential in theory, the lower you rated you are, the higher interest rate you pay because you're not as good at credit. But the difference between a AA and a single A in terms of rate for a North Carolina local government with a GO obligation is not that big of a difference. So if you were rated A1 instead of AA3, the rate differential would not be significant.
Go ahead, Mark.
Can you use you were talking about using designated funds to guarantee for certain projects. Could you use ABC funds to finance a police station?
I did research of this a long time ago. I talked about those special obligation bonds where you can pledge non-tax revenues.
Yeah.
And the answer is you can unless there's a statutory restrictions that say those monies are restricted for certain purposes. Otherwise, you can use, for an installment financing obligation, which was the third category I talked about, they're payable from any legally available funds. So you could pay them from enterprise system revenues, you can pay them from tax revenues, you can pay them from non-tax revenue sources to the extent not restricted for other purposes. You can pay them anywhere as long as you pay them. It's the important thing. So the document actually says they're payable from any legally available source subject to your right not to appropriate funds sufficient to pay it.
Any other
questions? That goes to with GO bonds. Even if you're pledging your taxing power, you don't necessarily have to use tax revenue. Typically, they are paid with general fund revenues or tax revenues, but you can use any source to pay them. But if they're not sufficient funds, then you are legally obligated to raise taxes to pay those.
Any other questions? Mark?
So let's see if I've studied this right. Can you use a revenue bond to build a parking deck that will generate income?
Yes. Yes, City of Greensboro, we've done several parking revenue structures, and there we kind of pledge the revenues of their entire city's parking system as opposed to just from one particular parking deck. The problem with that is parking revenues generally are not sufficient in and of themselves to pay both the cost of operating and maintaining the parking deck plus paying the debt service. So that's legally, yes. Practically speaking, it becomes a little difficult unless you're in. Now, I don't know the situation here. Maybe you all can do a parking deck and charge sufficient rates and have enough demand to do a revenue bond. So legally permissible, whether or not it's feasible or not would have to be studied.
I can also see us losing City Hall with a financial arrangement agreement. That would be devastating, so I wouldn't try that. So thank you. It's been
One thing to note too, and we do a lot, I just want, because I just remembered this, is when you do an installment financing, you don't have to put a mortgage or a lien or security interest in the entirety of everything you're financing. We do this a lot with county schools where we may finance improvements to 5 different schools and just put a lien on one school to secure repayment. And I bring that up because if you're talking about doing street projects, which you really can't put a mortgage on, but you're talking about doing a city hall project or a police station project, you could finance both projects under an installment financing arrangement, but only put a lien on the city hall or the police station, so you can kind of finance 2 things. Because the marketplace and these types of arrangements are not particularly looking at the value of the collateral. Like if you go out and do a commercial loan, they're going to do a loan to value ratio. If you got $1 million project, they're only going to lend you $750,000. They're going to want to have collateral in excess of the value of the loan. In a municipal financing, that's not the case. We often finance projects with the value of the collateral. And in some cases, we put a lien on a jail, which is very valuable to someone who needs a jail, not very valuable in the general marketplace if you were ever not to think. So the value of the collateral is not that important in an installment financing type transaction.
City Manager?
Yes, Attorney Billow, just a quick question. What's the going rate right now, approximately, interest rate for, say, a AA?
Well, 2 days ago, it was a lot better. It's just hard to say. The type of the bond.
Talking GO bond.
Yeah, GO bond, 20-year level principal. Other than this spike that just happened in the recent days where yields have skyrocketed, I would say it'd been somewhere in the 4 to 4.5% range. And again, that's a tax exempt rate, so it'd be lower than it would be if it's a taxable rate. And it's dependent on many factors. And I can tell you what the rate is now, but it's really, 3 years ago that rate was 1.8%. So it was beautiful for a while there. But most people, you got to borrow money when you need the projects, and they're just like you can refinance your house, there's ways to refinance bonds. And that's what you do. When interest rates go down, we do a lot of refinancing transactions in the bond world, which we call refundings. But the local government commission is very strict. They'll make sure that you don't borrow until you actually are ready and need the money. And they just make sure that you don't borrow more than you need to build the project.
I'm going to kind of nail you down a little more on that. So we know in the last couple of days, the interest rate, the inflation rate has not gone down. The rates for mortgages have gone up. So for today, what is a AA for today? You said you thought you would hope it was going to be 4.5, but what did you see 2 days ago when you saw it go up?
What did I see?
Yeah. What is it? What is it today? Is it 4.5 or was it more? Is that the spike, the top, the 4.5, or did it go up to 6?
To be honest with you, I could give you a guess, but I can't give you the answer. The financial advisor might be able to give you more, but it's dependent on so many different factors that it's hard. There's not like a general rate for a for a, you know, AA credit or whatever.
What I want to make sure that the audience knows is that when they look at the news tomorrow morning and they're watching the talking heads, this is not based on the prime rate, it's not based on T-bills, it's not based on any of that. It's based on our financial health.
No, I mean, the reason why the rates went up in the last couple of days had to do a lot with the equities market and people getting out of equities and going into bonds. The more demand for bonds, the higher the interest rates.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's driven by a lot of economic factors, not at all tied to the credit. It's kind of like when you buy a stock. You know, nowadays you buy a stock not necessarily thinking because this company's going to do much better. That is important, but generally you're looking for the general stock market to rise, you know, and that type of thing. So most of the rates are driven more by general economic market conditions, you know, globally or at least nationally, not necessarily your particular credit rating or credit profile.
Thank you, sir.
Did I miss the fact that, did you say what the actual rate is today or yesterday? You said today is not as good as yesterday. What is today?
I didn't say a particular rate. I'm guessing if you were to do a 20-year GO rating and you sold it today, it would probably be more in the 5% range. 2 days ago, it may have been 75 basis points lower, maybe around 425. But those are just kind of guesses to tell you kind of what the shift in the market is. I mean, and again, you know, a couple years ago, those, you know, rates were so low that we were doing 10-year financings below 1% at some point in time. And if you were to do a GO bond, it would be the rate where you are when you sold those bonds next spring is the rate, you know, you can concern with. And it's, you know, there's obviously I'm not the person to ask rates about. I'm the legal guy, but you know, that's why you would have financial advisors and the local government commission to work with you and try to market the debt in the best manner to take advantage of the best rates at the time. And sometimes we've delayed going to market with debt because the market has had a disruption and we just want it to settle down. So at the time you're ready to actually go into the market, you'll look at where rates are and then you'll have to decide, you know, am I comfortable borrowing at the rate in the market now, or do I want to wait a couple months? But, you know, they may go up, they may go down. It's just hard to predict.
Sounds to me like what you're saying is that it's very fluid. It goes up and down, like you turn off the water spigot and whatnot. And it's just up to someone's whims. You may get a good day, you may not. So you're just like flipping a coin. You may get the right day, you might not. So again, there's a whole lot of things you have to consider and chances you have to take, just like you're doing borrowing anything.
It's not as much as gambling, but it's like picking stocks. They may go up or they may go down, I would say. It's educating guess. But yes, I mean, at some point in time, you know, and keep in mind that there's a lot of other factors that are going into it, like construction costs. So interest rate may be down, but if construction costs are up, it's just going to cost you more for your project, and you maybe borrow a little less for it. So you got to look at not only interest rate, but you got to look at the cost of the projects, and you know, other factors like that, and the need for the project. I mean, if you have to get this project in place because of regulatory requirements, or you're just totally out of space, you have to do it. You know, and like I said, sometimes you have to borrow when the rates are a little higher and then refinance when they go down.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure working with you all.
The next presentation is the parking study. Mr. Corbett.
There we go. Well, this is a good day. Usually the parking agenda item comes up just before midnight, so I think we're making good progress here. Good evening, Mayor Alt, Board of Aldermen, city staff, and audience attendees. I'm Jim Corbett, Director of Planning, Operations, and Technology for Walker Consultants. I do have an office chair that's in Charlotte, although I spend very little time there, usually because I'm working with communities along the coastal seaboard as well. So I've been invited here, and I want to thank everyone for allowing me this opportunity to speak, to give a brief update on the downtown parking study. I think the board obviously has this information, but for the purpose of the audience here, this study is broken down into two pieces. The first part is actually an existing conditions evaluation. You'll see kind of the list of 6 items there that were verbatim straight from the RFP process for this. We've started this, and I've got a slide here that'll show our timeline that we've been working on this, but we started this in January of this year, and there's a couple items on there you'll see, such as parking turnover and occupancy. And I'll be honest with you, we've been here a couple times already in January and then about mid-March, and it's just not sufficient inventory to give an analysis on. So part of the delay in this study is we want to make sure we're able to give ample observations to what we would consider to be your peak challenges, and of course those being kind of your peak summer months. Perhaps maybe we're getting into a little bit now as we get into the spring months here. But we want to be able to give you a fair analysis on that. And quite frankly, I think we're all going to say, well, isn't it full? You know, but I think as part of that, we want to be able to study pedestrian patterns, traffic patterns, all of those things that are critical as to how people do move about in your downtown when it is full. What are those options, and what are the things causing greater problems there? So that's the first piece. We've done a pretty good job already of identifying the inventory. And when I say inventory, we're talking specifically about parking spaces. The city obviously controls the rights-of-way, so there's a lot of formal and informal parking in the rights-of-way, and that's the curb parking, if you will. When I talk about formal, that's really more the delineated box around the car kind of parking space. The informal kind of speaks to maybe there's no restriction for parking on that curb. There might be a parking lane, such as the long white line, telling you you should be parked inside of that white line there. So we're really just giving a good evaluation of all of that inventory. So the second piece really is probably where the value really comes here, and this is obviously future needs, requirements, and recommendations. So this is really going to be the meat of the study here, that answering a lot of the questions that you all have. And you know, part of that, one of the big questions is, you know, is more inventory required? In other words, if you build it, they probably will come if there's more inventory available. As a planner, I tend to look at things more of, let's manage what you have already. Let's do a good job of managing that before we decide whether or not we need to build more inventory, because certainly that's going to change the footprint, the face of Southport if you start talking about building a parking garage or a parking structure. But again, we want to be able to talk about new demand generators, things that are coming online that are public places, public enhancements such as your Arts Center. What kind of parking demand are these newer developments going to create that maybe doesn't already exist today? So those are the kind of things that we're going to help you take a look at. The bike plan is a big piece. I've done a lot of coastal work, and obviously bike recommendations are something that we stand behind. It's not always necessarily about the automobile. We like to get people out of the automobile and find alternative modes of moving around town instead of just driving your car from one location to the next, creating all that traffic congestion that exists in the town. So a lot of those things, and I guess I've done a pretty good job of describing it, but I won't read verbatim there all the items. This is the project timeline. Again, as I mentioned, we kicked off the project in tandem with Stewart Consulting. Stewart is the firm that's actually working on the comprehensive plan update. We thought, after talking with city staff, that it would be best to kind of do these studies in tandem, so we weren't necessarily bogging down the community with multiple surveys, multiple stakeholder meetings, really just kind of combine that effort to move it along. So we did, you know, again, our initial kickoff was in January. We did a lot of our discovery phase in February. Then in March, we actually did host a series of stakeholder meetings. And all along, of course, we've been meeting with the steering committee for this project as well, too. What's dangerously close to coming out will be that community survey. This will give everybody a chance that's not been part of the formalized stakeholder groups to actually respond to certain multiple choice questions. There'll be a couple of open-end questions. Clearly, we want good feedback from you. We don't want the this stinks or, you know, screw it, whatever. You know, we really are encouraging good feedback from this survey. And so also in that's not on the schedule here is, I believe, our first open house meeting, which will be, again, in tandem with Stewart Consulting. I believe that's scheduled and advertised for the last Tuesday of the month, September 30th. So, and I believe it will be in this location here as well, too. So we invite as many of you as possible to attend that, to really give us a sense of your input and to talk more about the things that we've discovered in the process.
It is April 30th.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I did see, it is on the website, correct? Yes. Okay. And then, you know, shortly thereafter here in May, we're going to physically be delivering our deliverable on the existing conditions. There's been some discussion of, do we include the questionnaire responses in that? Obviously, we may just deliver that as an addendum to that existing condition, so we're not holding up the process necessarily, because that survey may stay open for a little while to give everybody ample time to respond to it. And then, you know, obviously, we want to see some of this peak activity as it starts, say, mid-May, Memorial Day. Certainly, I understand there's something big that happens here on 4th of July. Those are the kind of things that we really want to see and observe that behavior so that we can, again, factor that into a lot of our recommendations. So it does say that it may run through August, but I have a pretty good feeling we're going to be delivering everything prior to that August deadline there. I think things will move along pretty quickly here as we get into the summer months. Real quickly here, this is a brief snapshot of how we collect the inventory. You'll see this portion of this study map here that shows all those little yellow dots on there. Those are dots that we will be putting into a GIS platform. So obviously you'll be able to know finite inventory where it exists on street. I wouldn't pay too much attention to this number, the key observation numbers here. When we do this, we look at every piece of parking inventory. So it's not just publicly controlled inventory. Some of the inventory could be privately owned and operated. So we start big and we kind of whittle that down to what the reality of that parking inventory looks like. But that's just to kind of give you a rough idea. The key number there is that 596 for on-street spaces. And I will tell you, the study area is much larger than what's just on this map here. We couldn't put the entire city limit study area on there, so we just enlarged this to give you a brief snapshot here. So as I mentioned briefly there, we look at, you know, additional inventory options, and these come in the format of other off-street locations. So not necessarily property that's controlled by the city, but property that may be controlled by owners and residents within the city limits there. To begin this process of talking about, well, let's maybe talk about sharing some of this inventory. Maybe the inventory isn't used outside of 8 to 5 business hours. Maybe it's available early evenings and weekends, that it could be shared for public parking consumption. So we start to look at those things. Again, the goal here is we don't want to come straight out and say you need to build a 500 space parking structure, because that's not what you want to hear right away. So again, these are just a couple of snapshot maps showing the center spine there being Howell Street, where you see all the yellow dots there. And then we look at things like pairing a block or two off of that center spine where some options may exist. And I want to leave you with this last slide here. This is what I commonly refer to as the evolution of a parking system. And it kind of reads left to right across your radio dial there. The status quo, option one, we're just going to do nothing. We're going to get all this information, we're going to process it, but you know what? Everything seems to be fine. There's no need to do anything urgently right now. So we don't want to obviously throw that out the window, because it is an option. Generally, that moves more towards the additional inventory, which, as I mentioned briefly, becomes things like shared parking opportunities with private landowners. Can some of this inventory be utilized for additional needs there? And then the last two on there is where it gets really complex. A lot of communities are really concerned about the inventory turning over, so they will create time limits on street and off street. I will tell you sometimes that's more problematic if this is the option that you land on, because in order to get folks to comply with it, you have to consistently enforce whatever those duration limits are. And what that generally means is you issue a civil citation to somebody for parking longer than a duration limit. So again, if it's always generally been free and it's very inviting to people in town, but their last piece is to go away with a civil parking citation because they stayed 20 minutes beyond the duration, sometimes that can create some unfortunate ill will with your visitors. And you'll notice here both these do say seasonal. Again, visiting Southport January, February, and March doesn't really seem like there's a parking congestion problem in Southport. Some of the stakeholders have shared, yeah, but that shoulder season is gradually becoming more than just the peak summer months. So those are the kind of things we want to pay attention to as we make some of these recommendations here. But the last one is the paid parking solution. The gentleman who just gave the presentation talked about revenue bonds. Of course, this is one way of charging a fee to park. You could bond those parking revenues to finance additional inventory as one option. And we generally try to look at this as your parking system really should be what's known as an enterprise fund, meaning that it shouldn't really be subsidized by other city funds. It should really be funded by those that use the parking system to park. That's generally what we would consider to be a best practice. Sometimes that's easier said than done for a lot of communities, though I will share that. But the goal is that all of these costs that are incurred, whether they're operating costs, whether they're capital costs, that they all be funded strictly from a parking revenue generated system. So you're keeping it separate from all of the other finances that the city requires for its other projects. So that's it. I know that's kind of a little bit of a lot to say, but I didn't want to go much longer than that. So I guess any questions from the board at this point?
Are there any questions? You said something that caught my attention. If you build it, they will come. And it got me thinking about some of the tourist destination places I've been in my life. So if you go to Kennebunkport, I just use that as an example, or Bar Harbor, any of those places, years ago they thought the need was to build more parking. Well, they did that. And then you can't walk down the street on any given Friday or Saturday. You physically can't walk down the street.
That's right.
And so that's a consideration we have to think about, is that if we build, there's been discussion about parking decks for a long time. If you build this parking deck, what is the downside of doing that? Now, you may generate some money from the parking from it, but you could easily lose, I don't want to say control of your down. You just, the niceness of being able to walk from establishment to establishment in the evening or in the daytime has one of the benefits of living in Southport.
Yeah.
So does that sound like a rational thought to you?
It's a very rational thought, absolutely. You know, there's this mindset too, if you add 500 more spaces and your current businesses are already at capacity, meaning you can't get another reservation at a restaurant, the retail stores are already at capacity, that lends itself to your situation where now people are going to be coming here, think they're going to be able to patronize or take place in what Southport has to offer, only to find out that there just isn't any, there's nothing for me to do because it's already at capacity. So it's a little bit of that chicken and the egg kind of scenario where if there were more restaurants requiring more parking to subsidize or to allow folks to patronize those restaurants, that's kind of how it happens. And it's usually I will tell you, as an ex-city employee, I was a public works employee with the city of Tampa for a number of years. I learned very early on that it should be these folks telling the city when to have more parking inventory and when to charge that fee. I think we got ourselves in trouble because we thought we had all the answers. We knew that this is how it's got to happen. But I sense this is a pretty smart group in that sense. But clearly these folks should be telling when it's time to make those decisions.
Another point that you made is that none of this will work without enforcement. So a thought that was thrown out was that if you lived in Southport, you got some kind of sticker to stick on your car and you got free parking at the meter, and then if you were not from Southport, you had to pay, and that would be a source of revenue for us. Is there a downside for that over the experiences that you've had?
No, it does require a resident to come forth and take that ownership, but that's on the resident, if you will. It all depends on what you are being transparent about, what you're using the revenues for. If you're using it and you're giving away half the parking, it's going to take that much more to collect revenue to put it towards whatever it needs to be towards for the parking system. I always think it's a good thing when you go from a free to a paid parking system to give that to the residents, allow the residents that opportunity to take advantage of it. And not charge them. As the system matures, maybe that changes over time, but if you talk about kind of baby steps or phasing of a paid parking program, that's not a bad way to go.
Well, we're always looking for a stream of revenue somehow, but the residents of Southport already pay all the taxes in Southport, they pay all the fees in Southport, and they also live here and they have a vested right to walk down the street if they want to be able to physically walk down the street. So there's that aspect of it. Other jurisdictions appear to be looking just for the dollar, and speaking only for one person, I'm not sure that's what we're looking to do.
Yeah.
Because then we charge everybody.
Right.
And
transparency is a big issue with the funds, obviously.
Yes.
It has to be, yeah.
I have a couple of questions. One of them is, have you been paying attention to the paid parking rollout last year in Oak Island and how it worked or did not work, and the adjustments that they made?
So I'm aware of it.
Well, you weren't part of that.
I was
plan,
not
were
part
you?
of that, no. I feel a sense of relief there, yes. And I know there's also been an additional RFP that's come out to work on formalizing that infrastructure for the paid parking areas, I guess. A big part of any change, as you all know, is how well you communicate that change. And when you're in an environment where perhaps 70% of your visitors might be first-time visitors, that makes it even more difficult to communicate things. But as people visit from other areas where paid parking is already existing, they generally have a sense or an idea when they come into a paid parking environment. But I think it has to be communicated very well for anything to be successful. I don't disagree with that at all.
My second question is this. This somewhat dovetails with an issue that we have before us and that we are grappling with in part tonight and then later on in the next month or so, and that is the uses and the city's use of the right-of-way. And one of the wonderful things about Southport, and one of the things that creates a problem were we to even entertain parking meters and so on, is that residences begin within just a few feet of the main, Howe and Moore and Nash and Brown and West. So if we had parking meters, I think human nature would drive people to try to park where there weren't parking meters. And then the third step then would be, okay, do we put parking meters in front of people's houses? Which I I think I know that that would not be a popular idea here. So what would be this brings us back to, what would be the point of parking meters?
Yeah. Well, usually the other shoe that drops when you implement paid parking in your commercial areas is a residential parking program. And that creates its own set of challenges, because now you're kind of telling me how I can live my life at the curb in front of my house. In other words, you can create hours of operations for some of these residential parking programs, so maybe it's not all the time. Ideally, my suggestion would be that it's during peak hours. Maybe that's late afternoon, evening hours. But then there are, again, a communication sign package that says residential permit required to park in these areas. So, but now you're also starting to think the cost to enforce, right? So now there's this, I'm not just enforcing the paid parking, but now I have to enforce violators of the residential area. So you can see this ecosystem just exploding in a sense, right? But it's, again, the other option is the do-nothing option. So, I sense this is a pretty smart group of folks up here. I don't doubt that one bit. And I look forward to the opportunity to kind of work through the if-then scenarios with these recommendations.
We thought you were just going to give us all the answers and we wouldn't have to think about it.
I'd love to, but I got to let these folks respond first.
I had a question with the parking spaces. Did you actually do some of this evaluation? Because I'm wondering if in the yacht basin, that square where people park, that's factored into the unpaid parking lot?
It is, yeah.
And then what I would say about that is some of that is actually zoned residential and the parking is illegal. Do you think it would be an issue if we had at one point worked on doing a parking overlay in the UDO for those lots to bring them into compliance? Would you see that as an issue conflicting with your study?
I don't necessarily. I think that in a lot of Southport's vitality probably depends upon that formalization. I know that's also an area that floods frequently from time to time, but it's vital. I think especially for all of the restaurants and commercial activity down there, something should be done.
Alderman Davis made a great point, and it's something that I've discussed at length with some of our citizens about what I've come to call, and this may not be the correct term, but I called it parking creep. As people move from the commercial areas into the residential areas looking for parking spaces. We don't want to adversely affect our residents as we're trying to help the parking situation. And that's definitely a concern for those, especially in the historic district downtown. So I look forward to hearing more as this goes forward as to how to balance that as we're going forward.
Good.
At peak times during the year, someone that's in the historic district or not, they pick up, they get in their car, go to the grocery store, come back, parking space is gone. It might take them half a day to find a space. So
Right.
that I see as a real problem and a real detriment to the people that live in those areas. And there's got to be a way to resolve that. Right now, I have no clue what it is.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that what you were talking about? You put up, because I know areas like that. So what they do is they put in signs up that says between this hour and this hour you have to display your residential pass. And if you don't have it, then you get a ticket. But it all is contingent on enforcement.
So the residential pass is a great way to put what I was trying to come up with, that fight between commercial and residential. But I would suggest, and I have had these discussions, I heard people say, when we go to the store and come back, we don't have a spot. And I'm like, okay, well, why don't we lease that spot to you privately? So why don't we let the citizens in those residential areas have those parking permits and don't allow parking there? It will drive them to where we want to go. Paid parking, and it will give the residential, those people that are dealing with the conflict, some protection.
Only if we're paying someone to enforce it.
It certainly could be that, because I don't live in, well, I live in walking distance of the city, and we all live in walking distance of the city, but I don't live right next to the downtown section, that Rich Hall could come and park on the, with a residential sticker, park in front of somebody's house and use that. But correct me if I'm wrong, generally, if you have those signs up, the person who's got the house there that left and came back, they may not be able to park in that one 10-foot strip there, but there's a strip right next door to it, because the residents don't seem to occupy those spaces as much. They don't park over there. But is that?
Yeah, it's a zone program.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily an individual
And
space.
you could do it by zone, that they, you know, only the people in zone A can park here, and I live in zone B.
Yeah.
And so I can't park there either. You can do it all those different ways.
At the moment, I won't have any problem with this. People will not be parking around my house. So there's different areas of Southport that are going to be affected. But when it comes to the downtown area, if we protect those individuals, and it was suggested they would pay to have the protection of having spots in front of their house.
Well, the only issue I have is what happens if Rich Hall parks in your parking spot? Are we going to have the police tow it away?
Yes.
Okay. Just as long as we know all up front about what the rules are.
Yeah. And generally speaking, public right-of-way is public benefit. It's not supposed to be itemized for individual gain in that sense. I know we've got the city attorney here, but I like where you're going with that. I mean, it's,
I would rather give my residents the city than the tourist the city.
Right, right.
Whatever solution that can be.
Yeah.
Alderman Spencer, I was asking the city attorney if your suggestion was legal. Can you articulate it again, that residents would have, either the city would lease the space in front of them, or that space would be theirs, period, and anybody who parked in front of it would be towed? Or
the whole neighborhood, the neighborhood would have a generic pass that those people that lived in the neighborhood could acquire a pass and pay for it, for a yearly parking pass in their neighborhood. 1 pass, 2 pass, whatever. And only those people that live in the neighborhood could buy it. The rate would be determined.
Not to mention gratis as well as an option.
Well, you don't want to treat citizens differently within the city, right? But you do have broad authority over control of your streets of what you want to do. So I'll leave it at that.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. I do appreciate it.
Great discussion. Look forward to next steps. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Presentation next is 3, which is code enforcement. And Derek? So in Arlington, that's what we do. So this whole area is a zone. So, yeah. So even the people from up north side can't park in that zone. But still, it's not just you. Right.
How's everybody doing? I'm going to try to get through this as quick and painless as possible. It's good to see you all again. A few of you I know, a few of you I don't. So everybody knows I'm the code enforcement officer for the city. We're contracted with the city. Our company is ACE Alliance Code Enforcement. I'm here today to talk about minimum housing. We've recently passed the minimum housing in the city, and we've been working very hard on trying to get some of these properties taken care of. Just a couple things to go over, those that don't know everything that we do. We specialize in minimum housing, abandoned houses, investigations and enforcement minimum standard for non-residential structures, investigations, enforcement, overgrown lots, accumulation of junk, trash, and debris, open storage, animal vegetation, junk, nuisance, abandoned vehicles, abandoned white goods, DOT right-of-ways, banners, flags, management, zoning violations, and updating writing new ordinances for the city. So since we've been here, we've accumulated quite a bit of cases. We've actually opened 234 cases in the past 10 months. We've abated and closed 184. So we've been having very good success with a lot of citizens. A lot of citizens have contacted us and been very willing to comply. There are some that, you know, we have to go the full route with, but so far so good. 3 properties that I'd like to talk about today. These are the 3 properties that we've had the most complaints on. So 722 West 11th Street, 813 West 11th Street, and 115 East Owen Street. So give a couple updates on the 2 here on 11th Street. That's the 2 properties that butt up against one of the newest developments that we have here in the city. So a lot of those residents walk through that area. They walk their dogs through that area. They travel, you know, things like that for recreation. So those 2 properties are very dilapidated and really need to be demolished. 722 West 11th is what we're going to go over first. This property has been abandoned for quite a while. You can see all the vegetation growth, trees, and everything that's grown up around it. This particular property, one of the houses that butts up against this property has been unable to finish their fence because they were afraid that if we got somebody in there, they may end up having to tear it down or things like that, so they can actually finish, you know, everything around their property. They haven't sowed the grass in the rear of the property as well. So this is 115 East Owen Street. It's right on the corner of Owens and Atlantic. This property, of course, is overgrown, fallen down. The inside it's pretty rough. It's a wonder it's still standing. So this is some of the actual pictures of all the way around the property. This is some of the notices that we had posted. So this is 813 West 11th Street. Now this property, I've actually been able to contact the property owner. This property, they did end up cutting the vegetation here, most of it, not all. They did clean up a lot of the illegal dumping that's been going on. It's abandoned property, so everybody wants the illegal dumping there in that area. It's refrigerators, it's all kind of stuff that's being dumped out there. So I'm here today to discuss those 3 properties, but I want to go back to this one. This is one of the properties I've actually received a letter from today. I went through all of my due process, and I do grant extensions and things like that, but once I get to the final end and I get quotes and things, I don't give another extension unless it's granted from you guys. So they have requested a 30-day extension to finalize getting all of what they need to have done as far as getting asbestos checks and taking care of this themselves and demolishing the property themselves. I believe that they are working hard on trying to get this done. They didn't before this, but now they are. So that's one property that I think a 30-day extension would be great on, and to hold off on that one and just focus on the other 2 that really need to be taken care of. So this is just a couple last additional properties that I've added, just to give you an idea of some of the minimum housing problems that we have here. So this is the back side of that same property. So the entire wall is completely gone. You can see the whole inside, and very nice houses all around it. It's just one that's stuck right there in the middle that hasn't been taken care of and maintained. More pictures of the same property. This is another one that was actually kind of hidden in the woods on Herring. This is Rhett Street. I've actually made contact with this. They have inquired about trying to get someone to demolish this property as well. We're still at the early stages of this one as far as getting asbestos checks and things like that. This is one of the properties that we had when I initially got here. And we went through the entire due process with this one, and we got the property owner to actually take care of it. That property is now demolished and clear. And that's afterwards. And I just want to thank you for letting us be here, and we hope to continue to make progress in the city. I do have some quotes that I'd like to give you real quick. The original quote for demolishing all properties, we got 3 quotes, and our best deal that we could come across was $39,800. If we take away the 813 and give them a 30-day extension, we can knock that down to 26.8 to have the Atlantic and Owens Corner property taken care of, and 722 West 11th. Any questions?
I'm going to address that right now. So we had this broken into two pieces. We had your presentation, and later on at item 6 is the ask.
Right.
Would the board entertain taking care of this whole thing right now, since we've got everybody here?
So moved.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Unanimous. So I would, let me find the ask. I would entertain a motion to adopt the demolition ordinances for the properties located at, tell me if I've hit the one that you said for the 30 days, 722 West 11th Street, 115 East Owen Street, 813 West 11th Street.
Yes, 813 is the one that I was requesting a 30-day extension.
So that's off this, we're going to pull that one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And approve the budget amendment of up to $45,000 out of the administration's contingency fund to move forward with the asbestos inspections and demolitions of the 3 properties. I'm assuming that by having it at $45,000 as a max, since we're reducing it by 1/3 of the houses, we'll just use less money?
That's correct.
Okay. Then my last question, I guess, is for the manager, is that when we do this, is there a separate process to put the lien on the house?
Oh, yeah, we've still got to work through the city attorney to place the correct lien on the property.
So we don't do that now?
No.
Okay. So that is the motion. The 2 addresses is 722 11th and 115 Owens.
Clarity, what is the final amount that we are voting to spend on this?
It's up to 40, it's up to 45,000, but now that let's put it this way. If this doesn't work out for the 30-day extension, we don't have to come back to you. So up to 45, but if we don't do all the properties, then I'm not gonna let them spend that much money. That's why.
If I can say one thing, just to help you out on that one, it's so the price was $39,008, but that's still with the city providing the asbestos checks on all 3 properties. So that's going to end up being in between $2,500 to the $5,000 additional. So that's why it's like that. So hopefully we can get us around the $30,000 mark if we don't have to do the other.
Okay, that's the motion that I was trying to entertain. Is there said motion? Somebody has to make the motion.
What you said, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Robert.
okay.
Go ahead.
I think that my question is, if they pay, we don't put a lien on it if they pay us, reimburse us for, okay.
And, okay. I wanted to know where in our budget this was coming from.
It's coming from contingency and administration, and that was the money that was set aside for the job study. And because you haven't adopted that, it's still sitting there.
Have you had any response from the Owen Street property?
No response. I've actually spoke with several citizens that live in the area. They made contact with me while I was there doing investigations and posting properties. They have informed me that they've made several attempts to contact the property owner to attempt possibly to purchase the property. And they have made contact, but they can't get any further responses or any attempt to sell the property to them.
And you've attempted to make contact to that individual who?
Oh, multiple times, yes, sir.
We do know who the owner is?
Mm-hmm.
Do we know where the owner lives?
The owner lives in Florida.
Can we go to Florida to go knock on the door? I just have a hard time taking down somebody else's property.
Yeah, well, the way this works is when we do a notice of violation, we send out the first notice of violation, regular postage. And then the second way was we do a notice of hearing, is where we send it out, regular postage, certified postage, and we also post the property. That way there's no question as to could they receive the mail. If we don't receive the mail back, that tells us that the mail was delivered, and we never received anything back as being undeliverable to that. Then we also do the final letter, which is the final letter that states that if this is not taken care of in a certain amount of time, we will take further action. Even with that, sent out the same way, posted the property, no response.
Total duration of time that, on that process that you just reviewed? How long have you been working on Owen?
Oh, total process to actually take care of that would be about around the average of 3 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any other comment?
Did it require signature from the owner on the Florida side to accept that letter?
Yes, certified letter, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we got proof that it was signed for by the owner?
We had return receipts, but we didn't ever have anything returned as far as not undeliverable.
So you got the receipt that they accepted it and signed for it,
Yes.
and you never got a letter back from the post office saying nobody
Yes, ma'am.
received this? Okay, just to be clear.
Yep.
Anything else? All right, all in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. All opposed? It's 4-2. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presentation is from our attorney, a reference to a recent Supreme Court decision on social media. And this is just an informational thing.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And sorry I didn't have a fancy presentation like everybody else had, but I had something better, which was a legal memo summarizing the case. The mayor and manager brought this case to my attention. It was a Supreme Court decision about 2 months ago, and it deals with whether and under what circumstances a public official can block public comments from their social media page. And in this situation, there's a lot of gray area here because the particular public official's page consisted of both public and private posts. And what the Supreme Court did is they essentially created a two-part test that you have to go and satisfy, and where a public official wouldn't be able to go and block posts from the public. So I know you guys have my legal memorandum. I don't know if it would be a benefit to the public, Mayor, if you want me to just briefly give the facts of the case.
I would, because this case is, tell me if I'm wrong, there was another Supreme Court case had to do with Mr. Trump.
Right.
And that said you could not block it. In this case, there's different circumstances here, obviously.
Right, and I think a lot of that comes down to the facts, because in the Trump case, I believe the court established that it was a public forum, and that got more into, content neutral. You can't go and delete comments based on the message being sent. So what happened here is there was a city manager in a city in Michigan, and like most people, he had a Facebook page, and like most people, he posted things that were both private to him and also dealt with his job as manager. And he was deleting some of the comments by the public that he didn't like, and in particular, he deleted comments from one individual who was criticizing him on, I guess, how he was handling the COVID-19 pandemic. And then eventually, not only deleted his comments, but he also blocked him from being able to post on his Facebook page. So I don't think he blocked him from the page, but just he couldn't comment on it any further. And so this individual sued, and what the plaintiff alleged here is that the city manager had violated his First Amendment right by restricting this public individual to be able to comment on the mayor's Facebook page, which the plaintiff characterized that the manager's Facebook page was a public forum. And the city manager contended that it was just for his private use and not pursuant to his official duties. So really, this case came down to a public employee being classified as a public official, but the whole Supreme Court opinion actually dealt with public official in the capacity of you all, of local governments. And the court went into great detail about, how common it is now for not only you all, but the public at large, and using social media platforms to go and communicate and to relay their message, both from you know, you're all in the capacity as a public official, but also as a private citizen. And so they ultimately came up with a two-part test where a public official cannot block someone from commenting on their official's social media page, which would essentially be a deprivation of the First Amendment rights of the public. And only if the official both possess the actual authority to speak on the local government's behalf on a particular matter. So that's step one, they have to have actual authority. And number two, they purported to exercise that authority when speaking in the relevant social media posts. So if you're thinking about the court case here, we're talking about individual posts. So, you know, you might have a page that's got a mix of the two, but we're talking about each individual post that the messenger conveys. And what the court said was, under this two-part test for the number one in terms of the actual authority, they were very specific on this. There's a lot of premises of the law where one can have apparent authority, meaning a third party could perceive them as having actual authority to speak on the local government's behalf, even though they do not. But here the court was very clear that the public official must have actual authority, and they gave some examples. It's either under their official's job description, so that kind of pertains more to an employee. Actual authority could be rooted in written law, like an ordinance or a statute, or is just a longstanding custom or practice to speak on behalf of the local government. So if you don't meet step one, then you never get to step two. But step two deals with whether the authority to speak was actually given in furtherance of the public official's responsibilities. So examples of where this wouldn't apply is if you're not speaking in your official capacity, if you have the authority to do so, or you're not using the speech to fulfill responsibilities under the law. So I think the court, I mean, in my opinion, having nothing to go and do one way or the other in terms of one's rights and social media, I think the court got it right. I think they expanded a lot on what it takes to be able to act conveying your message on behalf of a public agency and the rights that you all still have as private citizens. There's a takeaway that they had in the case. It was kind of towards the end of the opinion. It's not their ultimate holding, but it's what we call in the law as dicta, meaning that it had significance, but it wasn't their ultimate holding. But what they said was as well, you know, it was really confusing, city manager. You know, you had public and private posts, but if you had like a disclaimer on the social media page or on your post saying, you know, these are my views, I'm speaking only as behalf of a private citizen, well, that's going to create a very big presumption that all of your posts are private, and it doesn't involve, you know, state action in terms of you conveying your message on behalf of the public agency. The Supreme Court case was actually well written in the sense that it was plain English for the most part. So if you all ever want to search online, they give some decent hypotheticals on, you know, the scenarios that differentiate between these two factors, but they were very clear on that this is extremely, extremely fact specific. I mean, I think you can come up with a million different hypotheticals and change a fact or two, and it could affect under this test. So it's one of those where the test is a little bit easier to state than actually apply, but I mean, ultimately it's a unanimous decision, and I think it was, I think it was a well-written rule for the most part of what they came up with. So with that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions. I mean, it was just brand new, so we'll see what happens in terms of other federal appellate courts either expanding or you know, bringing exceptions to this rule. But yeah, it really has to go with do with blocking public comments on social media pages by public officials.
So I would tend to think that the one person on this board that would have more scrutiny than the others would be the mayor, because the mayor is allowed to speak on behalf of the city. The question I don't understand, but let's assume for 1 minute the mayor was talking about Ukraine. He doesn't have the ability, or she doesn't have the ability to influence the Ukraine. It's not about a city issue. And somebody just didn't like you and started ranting on you. Could you block them because that's not the topic? The mayor does not have any authority over Ukraine. So I would tend to think that you could block that under that idea.
Because I don't think that really has anything to do with local government politics whatsoever, or local business, if you will. Yeah.
And it's just best, if you're going to do it on a separate page and have your public comment.
Again, it's one of those where you never even get to this position if you're blocking people, but, obviously it happens, or deleting posts, but yeah, I think the big key thing is the actual authority, speaking on behalf of the city, and it, obviously could be in certain scenarios, everyone sitting up here, but for the most part, it will be, pretty clear. That's an objective standard, and sort of the second standard is a little bit more subjective, but the court, sort of clarified, okay, here's what you can go and do to sort of prevent any sort of liability. And I'm not very good with social media and how I just don't interact with it very much, things like Facebook, but the court did sort of clarify. They said, okay, if you're going to go and ban somebody from commenting on your Facebook page, but you have a mix of both private messages and also arguably ones that could fit under the standard, you need to be careful because, some of these social media pages, you're going to block the person's comments for all of your posts. So then that could create an issue. If you end up posting something they can no longer post anymore, then that could trigger. But, there might be certain social media pages, I assume, where you can just block them for that particular post, if that makes sense. But that's more of a...
So my point was just to make sure we were all abreast of this. Not all of you use social media, but I just didn't want anybody to fall in trap. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mayor.
I'm going to... I think we need a break. I was already thinking that, ma'am. So we've been here for 2 hours and 22 minutes, and we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, yeah. One of their rare unanimous decisions.
I was just going to say, I didn't want to get into that, but nowadays, even at the judge's level, it's all political to some degree. Yep.
We are back in session now, and we're going to start with agenda item 1A, which is a vote on the arborist, and the manager has this.
Yes, when I presented this to you on Monday, you had asked that I get a quote for having 4 trees taken down, as was originally voted on by the board. Since that time, I had from Bartlett, and the bidder, D&D, and then Scott Lynn was gracious enough to get involved with this too, kind of work together to make a recommendation as to how many trees should come down. But I do have optional bids if you want to stay with 4. But I have to tell you, I have got to have a resolution of this tonight. We have got to get trees down. We got the market opening in beginning of May, and the trees have got to be down before beginning of May so that I don't have to worry about this as a liability issue. So I don't know if you want to talk about 7 versus 4 first, or if you want me to go into the bids, or whatever you want me to do.
I think we should have some discussion, because there was we agreed on the consent agenda that for the March 5th meeting, that what was written under Franklin Square Park tree assessment was accurate. And there's a mention in here, Alderman Davis made a motion to allocate $50,000 in the Parks and Grounds account to address the immediate issue of tree work at Franklin Square as identified by Mr. Jones and the Bartlett tree experts, to proceed with the provided option 2, which states, if you elect not to remove all the trees, the risk of trunk failure for the remaining the risk of trunk failure will remain low for live oaks 3, 24, and 25. So that would take us down to 4, which is how this whole thing came about this past week of the discussion about 7 versus 4. So I only bring that to your attention, and then I'll allow the rest of the aldermen to discuss these issues.
Can we go with the 4 and then take a look at the other 3 somewhere down the road? How does that process work?
Well, certainly it would be my recommendation to go with the 7. You've got all of the equipment there. We're getting a discount doing it that way. But you can do it piecemeal, but it's only going to cost the city a lot more money doing it that way.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we cut 7 trees.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to cut 7 trees. Is there a second to that? There's no second, so that motion fails for a second. I'm sorry?
I think we need more discussion before we get there, because I'm not opposed to cutting 7 trees, but I think that the answer might be something different. I did get to go. I got permission to go. Oh, Bonnie, what? I did go through the park, trespassed, and checked out all of these trees. Scott was kind enough to come over and explain some of, because I was where Lowe was. Let's not, let's cut as few as we can. But that he knows a lot more than we do when it comes to that. So there's one tree that I think we got feedback from. Karen's going to say keep it, and that is 31. All the others, and they justified 31. They sent us an email reiterating that 31 was fine in their opinion.
Who is they?
Bartlett.
Okay, so now we're down to 2 additional.
Well, that would bring us to 6 trees in total. Yes.
That's what
yes. Yes.
My question is, when we heard Bartlett, he said to us that those 3 trees, if we elected not to cut them, there were things that we could do to prolong their life. And that's why I wanted to only stick with the 4. I realize it's cost effective and so on, but sometimes that just doesn't count. Why cut a tree that you don't absolutely have to? on a just-in-case basis.
Show me the money. How much was the other quote for, just so we know when we're talking about this?
Well, then I have another complication here, because I just got these bids just before I walked in here. So originally, the 7 were going to be $44,000. Now he gives me $50,000 if we want to have a customer relations, non-biased, certified arborist on site, because his feeling is when those trees start to come down, people are going to be looking and asking questions and saying, don't you take them down, what are you doing? It's going to become a big public thing. And so his recommendation, this is D&D, is to have a customer relations, non-biased, certified arborist on the grounds while they're taking that down. If you go in that direction, the 44 now becomes 50. If you only do 4, if you don't have the customer relations non-biased certified arborist, the cost is $26,100, and with one, it's $28,400. But I do not have a 6 bid. I don't have a price for 6 trees.
So, Lo, what I would say is looking at the thermography in the report, the level 3 report, this is the void in 24. The blue is air, the void. And so when you read about it and when you see it on the ground, it has 20, that's 25, 24 has poor condition, uneven crown, a vertical crack in the stem, and that size cavity in it. So that's why 24, when you actually see, and then when in that email that we got today, I guess, or yesterday, I can't remember, yesterday, when he mentions that if we take 25, and 25 is a fail, all 25 is a straight up with like 2 liters off of it. I mean, it's not a successful tree. It's never going to be a successful tree. And so part of my reasoning with taking those 2, which I was on the 4 train, is that I've got several reasons. One is resources. These trees that are so damaged are stealing resources from the trees that are not, and they're in competition. So part of this is also a management conversation of what do we do to help all of the trees. So that would be part of my conversation. The other part of my conversation is that this is not an exact science, but this is the best advice of the experts we've asked for and paid to tell us this advice, so they are non-biased experts as far as I'm concerned, because they're working for us. And they're not actually doing the removal. And we're planning on, we are now in the process, Parks and Recs, your committee is in the process of working, doing a survey. We're going to be public meetings. We're going to make a plan about the park. Why not start with the best, information that we have and take those trees rather than try to prolong them and manage around them when we know by the experts' conversation, because it says if you take 25, you need to take 24 because it's probably helping hold it up. That says to me, those trees, those interactions, tragically, because I'm a tree person, but that would be my reasoning.
Yeah, one of the
I sure wish Everett had said what you just said to us. And that's, my commitment to just those 4 is based on what he said to us, and he did address these and said that we could keep them, that we didn't have to cut those. The 4 that we have to cut, no question. But these, he gave us advice about what to do to save them. So I'm still hanging in to save them.
Miss Bonnie, can we, I'm sorry.
Frank.
To Alderman Mosteller's point, one of the things that the North Carolina Extension Service does when they're the areas they manage trees, they go out and thin periodically just for the health of the other trees around them, because they are stealing resources away from trees. You thin them out, that way the trees can go up or can go out as opposed to going only up. So that makes a lot of sense.
The other thing is about number 31. You know, we've got other information. I know the company JD, that company that went with Scott Lentz, and Scott's here if anybody has a question for Scott, went and they had an arborist with them, and they thought 31 should be taken. To Mark's point, it's in what we would look at and go, but without Bartlett saying, you know, more definitive, they pretty much said they didn't even recommend it for a level 3, so they thought it was viable with the pruning. So that's part of that conversation.
Frank, did you get it? Did you get a chance to walk the park where the trees are located?
I did not. I've walked the park in the past, but I have not done it this time.
So the thinning of the trees, these trees are not all next to each other. These trees are spread over that whole complex. They go from all the way from Nash Street to Brown? What is the street?
Merrill. They all have orange, they should be orange tape around them.
Yes, they do, but they go in, one's in front of the fire station here. There's one right around there's two near the fire station. I think that's 3. I think I got that right. And then the other 4 in where, for lack of a better description, where normally people sit for the music.
Miss Bonnie, could we have a motion that stated 6 trees, excluding 31, for cost up to $50,000 or not to exceed?
Yeah, because you have 50,000 already budgeted. So yes.
Since I'm still committed to only 4, I don't want to vote no on a motion that would then incorporate saying no to the 4 trees. So why don't we have 2 motions, one on determining how many trees we're authorizing cutting, and then a second motion on authorizing the money.
Can we talk about the arborist for a moment also? Having the certified arborist, that's going to cost us, again, more money. Would having the forestry committee in place during that time be sufficient for that? Would that?
Well, invite Scott up. Let Scott, because it would be Scott.
I say we get a dunking booth.
I mean, do we need to volunteer as tributes for this and like be out there waiting for it?
Thanks for asking me up, because I was about to leap out of my chair. I've been involved in this process since last August, but the City of Southport doesn't pay me enough to go out there and fend off angry people that are going to show up when those trees are cut down. Okay? As a private citizen and a volunteer of the city, all joking aside, I don't have any authority. If I could, if the board will indulge me, Bonnie asked me to be here tonight, and there's a lot of talk about 4 versus 6, now 7, the anomaly tree that was identified both by myself and then later by the arborist and JD Tree Pros. And I thought about what's the best way to distill this for you and make it as simple as possible. And the real thing that's not in contention is that we paid Bartlett Tree Experts, one of the 2 premier tree companies in the United States, Davey being the other one, to do 2 studies for us, the level 1 and the level 3. Between those 2 reports, they identified 6 trees that were hazard trees. Okay? That's not in dispute. Everett Jones, nice young man, did you no favors by waffling that night when he did the presentation and said, oh, you could get by with just 3 or just 4. He should have said, we've done 2 reports, we've identified 6 trees that are hazard trees. So the distillation comes down to this. It's liability, okay? North Carolina, and I'm going to just quote from a legal document that I found this afternoon. The law of fallen trees, they're talking about fallen trees, in North Carolina is based largely on the legal theory of negligence. According to the principles of negligence, the owner of the property from which the fallen tree originated will be liable only if the owner knew that that tree was hazardous or that a hazard was obvious. You've been put on notice that those 6 trees are hazard trees. The reality is, if you're willing to accept that liability and take the chance of negligence, you don't have to cut any of them down. You could take the gates down, let people wander in there tomorrow and say, we'll take our chances. And I will acknowledge that, one, all trees are hazards. They go vertically against gravity. Secondly, there's a certain amount of subjectivity that comes to this. Bartlett brought a lot of science. They did the tomography, the resistance drilling. Based on the parameters that they've studied over the last 100 and some years in their labs, these 6 trees fell outside the parameters of a safe tree. The reality is it could fall down tonight, or it might be there 50 years from now. But that's their assessment. So it really, my point is, it comes down to the negligence thing. Is the City of Southport willing to accept the liability if you do not cut those 6 trees that have been identified as hazards going forward? I think the answer is no. From a forestry perspective and the project of Franklin Square Park and whatever the end result's going to be as a result of the survey and the Parks and Rec and that, from a forestry perspective, taking out those bad trees provides an opportunity to introduce new trees. So you have succession over the years. Our grandkids will have big trees 50 years from now that they can look at. So my attitude, as I've articulated to Bonnie and several others, is we've come this far. Let's clean up the mess. Let's have Bartlett come in and do the cabling, the pruning. We start with a clean slate, and we go from there. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thanks for letting me come up before I jumped out of my seat. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Bottom line, what you're saying is, if we knew or we should have known that there's a hazard, if we don't act and act now, then we're liable.
The minute that it was put in those reports that those trees have been identified as hazards, the landscape changed.
Exactly.
You have now been put on notice. You can decide not to do it. You can say, well, I'm willing to accept that risk. But you run the risk that if something were to happen with one of those 6 trees, the city'd be in a bad place.
Then it gets ugly.
Then it gets very ugly.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd make a motion to approve the bid for arborist work in Franklin Square Park in the amount of up to $50,000 for 6 trees. And provide that contract to J&D Tree Pros.
I just want to confirm that you're intentionally leaving off the extra arborist. The
No,
guy that's
up
going to stand there and get yelled at.
No, I'm not leaving him off. That's included in the,
It's 50,000, so, you know, yes, that would cover it.
Okay, I'm sorry. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Question, do we need to, in this motion, enumerate which trees they are?
that's a great idea.
Why don't we do that, just to be sure?
All right, I'll list these by number, and I think that these are part of, these original numbers, they're on the trees, okay. So we've got tree number 11, 25, 48, 3, 24, and 17.
Scott, does that line up with what you were thinking?
Yes, sir. The original 6 trees that were identified in the 2 reports were 3, 11, 17, 24, 25, and 48. 31 was the one that was added on.
Thank you, sir. So there's a motion, there's a second. We've had the discussion to make sure that we've identified the correct trees. Is there any more conversation?
So just to be clear, we're paying for an arborist to stand there and talk to people? I guess I'm not understanding that part.
Yeah, I think that's to alleviate the impact of the citizen. We don't want people strapping themselves to trees, preventing us from cutting.
To give you an example, Karen, I went to walk the park the other day. I just happened to run into Scott there. I stepped over the wall, and some woman came running up to me, yelled at me for violating the sanctity of the park. Nor did she care. She was not impressed. But my point is that when we start cutting these trees down, there could be some angst.
Let me just
But
say
isn't
that
it
when-
wonderful that people in this town love trees that much and care this much?
Let me just say, though, that when they were doing the assessment, especially when John was down there, he was harassed. It's to stop that and to say, well, I mean, if it really got out of hand, and they will know this, they are to call me, and I'll send the police down there. But they were harassed, and that's not the way it should happen.
It's $6,000 to take the heat off of us. Why would we waste that money? I'm a bad guy. I'll take that. It's $6,000 so that we don't have to face some heat. That's just a lot of money for one day.
Are we facing the heat or is somebody else facing the heat?
It'll take several days. That's not just one day.
It takes 3 days.
$2,000 a day to have someone stand there and get their behind whooped?
Like I said, I just got this just literally before I walked in here. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. I mean, but I'll make sure that they know that if their workers are harassed, they've got to call me or the chief right away. And we will go down there and we will stop it immediately.
Scott has something to tell us.
I just wanted to make just a point of clarification, because I was with Dan today, and he suggested that, and he said in other projects that they've done, which were high profile and stuff, that it alleviated and took away a lot of the heat. You know, to have somebody there, if somebody came up and they could address them and explain what they were doing and why they were doing it and so on and so forth. It's not somebody that's going to get into a fist fight with somebody. It's more of a public information officer, a certified arborist that has the knowledge, will have all of this with them and can tamp that down as best that he can. And that's why he suggested adding it.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second to that. Is there any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye and please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Are you happy?
No, but I'll take that up with you guys later.
Agenda item 2A is the right-of-way pause. And you don't have any paperwork on this, so I'll just give you the background on it. So I was having a discussion with the manager, and she explaining what the staff is working, what policy the staff is working under, and I believe the staff is actually correct in this. So I had the information that that we voted on incorrect. I then called 3 other aldermen and asked them, what do you think the policy is? And all 3 of them had variations, but none of them had what the manager and I were talking about as what the thing is. The issue came up with, and here's the crux of it. If somebody comes along and makes a complaint about any one person comes along and makes a complaint about somebody who has an encroachment in the right-of-way, the policy, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, the policy is we go and we tell the people either rip it up or we're going to have to summons you. And then we can immediately start working on preparing to make the front of their house a parking lot. I think we need to look at all of the recommendations that are going to come to us next month before we go do that. So that was the background of how this came about.
I don't recall voting on anything like that.
The thing I would say is that if someone makes a complaint to the code enforcement, they're using their own judgment. They're not doing what the person who made the complaint said for them to do. So I want to be clear. I don't see ordinance as a personality or a personal thing. The ordinance is a flat conversation. So that, I do think that, I think our expectation was the code is being enforced, totally enforced as of months ago. Last year we said that, start enforcing it so that there's not new encroachments, either from new construction or not new construction, no new encroachments. So I'm hoping that code enforcement has been doing that. We have not made the decision. We've had a lot of discussion and meetings and kicked the can as far down the road as we possibly can. But I'm ready for us to vote on something, and if you want it to happen at the next meeting.
Well, that's when the staff was preparing to do it, and my concern is, having had that conversation with a specific lot in question, one complaint generated, the person has to take everything down now, and we're going to start making parking spaces in front of their house. If that's the case, anybody could run around to somebody they don't like and start that process to say, I don't like you, I'm making a complaint, and then the city goes in. If we're going to treat this guy over here, like you need to, as soon as the complaint comes in, you need to take your stuff down and we're going to start doing a parking thing. If we want to say that, that's fine. I'm just saying, let's pause for 30 days. Let's get the whole recommendation into us. And we can decide whatever the board decides is what the board decides.
So what I would, our entire code enforcement system was complaint driven until recently. So I don't see that as I don't see that as a real bad thing. You know, if someone's got a car on blocks next door and it's outside of the code, I call and complain, that's the process. So from that perspective, I don't think that's the big issue. I am in favor of postponing the enforcement of existing encroachments until we've made a decision next month. So I'll go along with this. I just want to make sure that it's clear that, you know, this doesn't prevent this doesn't allow new construction to encroach into the right of way. It doesn't allow me to go plant so that the Methodists can't park there. That's not what we're doing. It's simply for existing, and I'm good with that.
And I want to make sure that I'm clear that this conversation has no bearing on staff doing something inappropriate or anything else. The staff is correct in what the instructions that they were given. And my point is that we've all had some confusion as to what the rules are right now. And so I'm just asking for that 30-day consideration.
If I could kind of summarize this, because it has come across to me, at least, as if we were talking about something that we had just done. We've been talking about right-of-way enforcement, what to enforce, what not to enforce. Would we grandfather things that were pre-existing? What would trigger enforcement, and so on? And several months ago, I guess, what you're referring to as we voted on it, we said we wanted the right-of-way ordinance enforced. But a complaint simply triggers code enforcement officer to go and look and see if the complaint is justified, and then notify the person you are in violation. It's not to say you're in violation because we're going to put a big parking lot in front of your house. It is simply you are in violation, whatever you've got in the right-of-way, and then that's what we need to decide. what you got in the right-of-way is in violation. What are we going to do about that, and what is the nature of the violation? I know the property you're talking about, and I also know that the owner has been aware for several years that this is.
Since
a major-
2019, he's been
Yes,
cited.
Exactly. And I personally complained, you know, but I don't believe this was I don't know
But
if this was
is
a
not
complaint
about-
or not.
This is not about a single individual. This is about a process that was being undertaken.
Yeah.
Now, there is paperwork about 2019, and I know he doesn't have it in writing, but nobody has virtually anything in writing in this town about all the promises that people made. Now, he claims that he was given permission by one manager, and that was reinforced by a mayor.
A mayor?
A mayor. Not this mayor, but a mayor. And so that is immaterial to my conversation here, because we have not voted as to what we want to do. We have voted, I believe, or at least, I'm not even sure we voted, but Robert is absolutely correct. No new encroachment. Between now and the next 30 days, no new encroachment. But the people that have encroached already, let's have it. I don't care what the policy is. I just want it to be very clear that we voted on something, and this is what we voted on, and that'll happen hopefully in the May meeting.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we're, certainly as it relates to the right-of-way, is people are using the term easement and right-of-way as if they mean the same thing, and they don't. And so, you know, this idea, easements, yes, you plant something in the easement. If somebody needs to come and take it out to do work, they can take it out. That's very different. That's land that's owned by you, and someone has rights across it. The right-of-way is owned by us. And so, you know, the taking of land, that's stealing, is what it is. And that's why we certainly do, you know, I hope that this board can make a decision. I also think it's not healthy for staff to not know what the direction is. You know, Gordon was here, ask him, what's your direction? Well, if there's ordinance, that's the direction, period.
And we'll decide that hopefully in May, when we get all the options.
I guess that's what I'm surprised by, Mr. Mayor, is it's already ordinance. It exists. That is the direction that somebody has given staff.
Well, then, if that's the direction, if it's in violation, we need to go down and then notify every single person who has encroached tomorrow. Not pick on one guy because we don't like him.
It's a slippery
And that's my
slope.
point.
I think it's unfair to say just because we don't like them. We don't like the encroachment.
I think staff has already given us all the options. We just need to vote on one of them. We've been in meetings with them, and they've worked really hard on that. So what do you need from us? Let's put this on the agenda for
Well, that's,
May.
I think it's it's for next month already. It's coming back to us. So I think at the moment, I'd like to make a motion for a moratorium of enforcing row violations until the board has made a final decision on row ordinances, excluding new construction that is going in.
And new encroachments.
And new encroachments for the next, until we get to this board decision.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor, there's a second. Oh,
Okay, here's my problem. Now, what are we gonna do with everybody who's been cited, including the guy you're talking about, who's already been cited and it's been put on hold? So, I mean, and am I going back a month? Am I going back 2 months? And I'm going back to the day I walked in this place when you started this discussion. We still don't know what to do because they've already been cited.
Can we postpone the process? I mean, for 30 days? Can we? I'm there. I'll take a backhoe and pull it up if team building experience, but, thank y'all.
I mean, if you told us to have a moratorium from now on and don't look at any more right-of-ways, and if somebody calls to complain, say, sorry, the Board of Aldermen put on a moratorium, that's what we'll do. But the question is, what do we do with everybody that we've already cited? And there's a lot of them, and there's a lot of people that we made them take it out based on your ordinances. So they're gonna turn around and say, well, how come you're doing that? I didn't get that break. I'm sorry, I do not agree with that. It's an ordinance, it's in place. Let us do the recommendations and make a decision.
I'm not suggesting we're not going to make a decision. I think we need to make a decision in May.
It has nothing to do with that. My concern with this is we've cited people based on the direction that was given to staff. If you don't want to do anybody new for the next 30 days, God bless you. But we've cited people. So all of a sudden, what am I going to say? Oh, okay, the board says, you know, you don't have to worry about it. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Smith, you were 3 months ago. We made you do it, but the board's decided no. I mean, it causes a problem for the staff.
Okay, so it causes a problem for the staff. My question is, were these enforcements based on complaints?
Yes.
So, if I want to get back at somebody, all I have to do is run down there and say, I don't like him,
Okay.
and I'm going to make a complaint on him, and we're going to generate. That's not as fair either. That's
Wait a minute,
not
hold
fair.
on. In 30 years of experience, I will tell you, as a city manager, code enforcement is constantly used as a neighbor fight. Constantly, we are put in the middle of it. And I've done it in every town I've ever been in, and it drives me nuts, but that's what happens with any code enforcement, not just right away. It happens all the time in every city, and they put us in the middle of it because they hate their neighbor. I've got one case in this town that's a doozer. That's just the way it works.
And you have ordinance to work with.
You know,
I think that's really what has happened, is that we've gotten, you know, we've got an ordinance. Somebody, you know, established that ordinance, and then, and then we've gotten scared to enforce the ordinance. It's not our responsibility to enforce it. I don't know how you handle this moratorium on, but I do agree with it. I think that.
I think that anybody who's been cited, we should go ahead and enforce, but have a 30-day moratorium on new enforcement notices until we've decided, you know, I don't know what the decision. I hope that we will identify what's allowable and what we're going to accept or not accept, but I think that we should listen to the city manager. And I will also say, I complained about this particular property. I never met the guy.
But I don't think this is
don't
about a
dislike
particular
him.
property. Like that's an important piece of this. This is not about a particular property.
But the mayor cited a particular problem.
I don't
as
even know which
being
property you're talking about.
Well, he told me. It is the thing that precipitated his concerns. And, but there are, as the city manager just said, there are a number of others that have gotten notices as well. And I hope our code enforcement officer, as he goes around and sees some pretty egregious violations, that he gives notices. I mean, he doesn't wait for us to tell him that a house has fallen down and needs attention.
Ms. Bonnie, if we do what Lo just suggested, can you and the staff manage that?
What do you mean, just move forward?
Well, anyone that's already been cited, continue to move
yes.
forward, and then any new complaints, we would just hold off for 30 days.
We would tell, if somebody called and complained about something, we would say, the Board of Aldermen have put that on hold for now until they make a final decision in May about what we're doing with right-of-ways.
So I mean, and then hang up on the phone. I'm not sure that's the proper etiquette. We would take their name and number down, and we would register the complaint, keep it, and then whatever decides, if on next May we decide to go forward, they've made their complaint, and that would be thrown into the Harper, and we'd go out and do it. I don't want to tell the guy to go away.
No, I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is if you don't tell them why this is going on and they don't see code enforcement out there the next day, I'm going to get the call saying, well, I complained to, I don't know, Charles Drew, the former zoning officer, and, why isn't he out here? So I've got to have an explanation, and yeah, we'll take down. And then we will let them know that we will get back to them as soon as it's been voted on, whatever it is we're doing.
So I think I need to amend the motion to include that those who have already been cited, we continue to move forward with, since there is ordinance in place, and we put in a moratorium for until our next meeting when we vote on this, that we do not enforce any new complaints with the exception of I guess it's not enforcing a complaint, but new properties that are being built would have to abide by the current ordinance in new encroachments. Did that cover everything? You get that?
Okay, there's been an amended motion. Is there a second to that? There's a second. Is there any discussion?
Just one thing, Chief Drew just texted to me. If it's a safety violation, though, I cannot look the other way, so that's just the other thing.
Yes, and we might need to add, and safety violations are excluded from the moratorium.
Okay. Any other conversation? All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
And if you get mad at your neighbor, don't call us.
Now, agenda item 1, which is the wayfinding signage.
Oh my God.
Okay, so it is late. I am not going to take up a lot of your time. Also, I'm playing double duty tonight, presenting and filming, so let me just... Of course, I'm the one who can't get this to work tonight. Anyway, you have a copy of it in your packet, and I will continue to try. Oh. I came and visited you guys a little bit ago about the sign branding project. We've gone back to the drawing board just a little bit, using the same recommended guidelines to begin with, but to give you a few more examples of what signs may look like, all of which would fit underneath the same brand standards. The last time I was here, we did not vote to adopt the brand standards, so far we've not been able to put any of this into place, but hopefully after tonight we'll be able to move forward with new signs. So I just picked one sign to show you examples for. All of these signs that you are seeing as draft would be able to fit within the brand standards that was brought to you at the last meeting. But more variations of the same standards. So we would be able to, for instance, Taylor Field, that's a sign that would need to be updated sooner rather than later. It's just been a banner since we opened the park. I would be able to, with these brand standards, get with Heather and determine the best possible way for that sign to look at Taylor Field, but then it would have the same cohesive look with the next sign that we put in, because it would be the same colors, same type of sign, same posts, etc. Does anybody have any questions for me about the signs? So it's not necessarily that you're picking a specific sign. It's that you're adopting a brand standard for signs. So all of our signs will not be identical, but they will be cohesive. They will all have the same appearance. So when you look at a sign, you'll know this is a City of Southport sign.
You're looking at some uniformity, basically.
Correct, yes. This is a way to structure our signage around the city.
I would hope that...
Okay, I was just going to say, the standard I hope we can adhere to is if you have the logo, it has to be big enough to be readable. And when you have it, you don't need to also say City of Southport.
Okay.
But I like all of these.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to give you a plug, because we had a conversation, an impromptu conversation, that you're looking at the historical signs.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you very much for looking into that, and I look forward to when we can start doing that after having driven through Wilmington enough times and how they use signage. We're going to use a much nicer sign.
Yes. And also, thank you to the city manager, Bonnie Therian, for making it happen with the fellow program. So,
I'll also say that I like a white sign with the our signature blue.
yes.
So much it's hard to read the blue on a gray.
Right. Yeah. That was one of the things we took into consideration when coming up with the brand standards.
Which shape do you like?
I don't necessarily want to give a personal opinion. I think for different things, different signs will fit.
I'm not, if you ask, I'm sorry, Lola, if you ask us 7 people, we're going to get 7 different answers.
Correct.
We're going to, I think we should defer to staff. We picked on the color of the signs. The logo's going to be big enough so you can read, so you can leave the Southport off and let them go.
Every one of
let
our
them go
signs will
after
have
that.
its address on it, which the fire department will love. So.
Wow.
Make a motion? I'll make a motion.
I'm sorry? Go ahead, Rebecca.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the brand standards for the signs with the addition of, if we have the city crest on the sign, we do not also have the City of Southport written out on the sign.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. Okay, item number 2 is discussion on the mixed use in highway commercial text amendment.
Good evening, Mayor and Alderman. Thank you very much. This is an applicant requested text amendment that we held the public hearing last month. And just to reiterate, since we didn't have the presentation last month, so I just want to quickly go through it just for information purposes. So this is an amendment to section 3.5, table 3.1, which is the table of uses which would allow a mixed use as a permitted use in highway commercial, as well as section 3.75, which is the residential use standards, which would allow the mixed uses in the highway zoning district as well. And to remind you that a mixed use is defined as one or more dwelling unit located on the upper floor of a non-residential use on the ground level. So you would have to have a commercial use on the bottom floor with residential on the top. The mixed uses are currently allowed in PUDs, office and institutional, central business district, and business district. The highway commercial areas are all the bright red that are from 87 north. So you've got going out 87 to 11, you've got the Dutchman Creek outside of River Mist, and then your Southport crossing areas. Just to give you just the zoning map and the future land use map, the future land use map is heavy commercial, which is adjacent to medium and low density residential, and the heavy commercial does allow in the future land use map 4 units per acre of dwelling units. So I will just open it up now for questions that you may have about this.
Any questions? I'm sorry, Mo, but
Yes, sir.
I'm slow.
Nope.
Are we just adding that if you are building a commercial establishment in those red areas, that you're now going to be allowed to have residential above it? Is that the 25 words or less?
That's correct. That's just right at the very basics, yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
I move to deny the land use consistency statements and zoning text amendment.
Is there a second to that?
You got one.
I'm sorry, okay. So we have a motion and a second.
Now we can have some discussion.
Is there discussion?
Yes, sir. These are just some observations. I think we all know we need diversity of housing. So this, for me, is not that question of whether or not, what my issues with it is introducing dwellings in highway commercial zoning by right with the current mixed-use standards doesn't create a dialogue with the community, and it doesn't give us the ability to have any input for a better project. Our current mixed-use standards are geared more towards CBD and business district zoning. The scale of a highway commercial project could be much different than a project in our central business district or our business districts. For example, a shopping center use in an individual establishment in CBD cannot be greater than 3,000 square feet. In business district, establishment cannot be greater than 5,000 square feet. So if someone were to come in and combine some of these highway commercial parcels, it could be, the scale of it could be such that and it can be 40 feet, so there could be 2 feet of dwelling above, 2 layers of dwelling above it. So that's why, what I would rather see is, I would rather see us ask, because I do think there's a need for this type of housing and in the future, but I would like it to be that we consider asking the planning board to figure out how to have a request for mixed use and highway commercial go through the conditional zoning process, so everybody has input into it and it's a conversation, so we have the flexibility to look at it and think about it and deny it and negotiate it. Because I do think this is legitimate housing. You go anywhere, you know this is a good housing alternative, or could be, for small townhomes and smaller spaces. So maybe a more affordable product.
I'm sorry, we don't have conditional zoning, do we?
In commercial, we do.
Okay, I got it. Other comments? All right, there's a motion on the floor to deny it.
We can't make someone do conditional zoning. Right, so that's one thing that I wanted to just reiterate. And also, a lot of these larger projects would trigger a major site plan review that would go to the planning board for review. So just those 2 items I just wanted to reiterate for you.
I know we couldn't make them do the conditional zoning process, but it would be a vehicle for them to be able to do it if they chose to utilize it.
Is there a minimum acreage to start conditional zoning, or is it any lot in commercial could go for conditional zoning?
I apologize, I don't remember the acreage. There is a minimum acreage. I believe it's 6 acres for the conditional zoning.
So some of these,
yeah, I don't.
so I'm just concerned that if we're talking about conditional zoning being the vehicle for someone to be able to do this mixed use, we're restricting them by having that size in place before they can do that.
But this is not what this is about. This is just specifically about this text amendment, and future text amendments could come to us about that suggestion.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor, a second. We've had conversation. Any more conversation? All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. All opposed? 5-1, the motion passes. Thank you. The next discussion is...
Wait, I
I'm
think
sorry.
Lo has to do the consistency statement.
Well, the board, someone on the board would have to read the consistency statement, or need to do it for the,
So I think with whether it's this one or the next one, we need to get used to specifically referencing the consistency statement that's in your packet. So you can say as presented, or you can read off the whole thing, but just getting into that habit. So why don't we go ahead and, Lo, if you wouldn't mind doing it again. I think it's on page. Okay.
It's not it. That's not it. All right.
It's page 120, 130.
All right. I can get it. Okay, this is this.
To adopt, so you want to go to the next one.
Yeah. Is it? No, wait, I found it. I'm looking for the number of the consistency statement. Okay. This is an amendment to the motion to specify that we are denying this and find that it is inconsistent with the city's 2014 CAMA Core Land Use Plan, originally adopted November the 13th, 2014, and subsequently amended. It was a motion to amend. It needs a second.
Any conversation? All in favor say aye. All opposed? 5-1. So item number 3 is a discussion on the zoning map amendment of Robert Rourke Drive.
yes, sir. This is again an applicant requested zoning map amendment to an approximate 8-acre parcel on Robert Rourke Drive across from Maple Leaf Drive from R20 to R10. The property's future land use map is low-density residential, which allows 2 to 3 units per acre. So I just wanted to go through that. The accessory uses for residential uses are the same for R10 and R20, and the non-residential are the same, except that R10 allows farmers markets with a special use permit. I just wanted to, I know that we didn't have much of we didn't have the maps at the last meeting, and this is the chart that shows that the minimum lot size for R20 is 20,000 square feet, and for an R10 is 10,000 square feet. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know that we did have the duly advertised public hearing last month, and we did have some comments this evening and during that public hearing.
Any comment? Mo, do you have the consistency statement from the planning board as to why they agreed to this?
Yes, sir. The planning board recommended approval to the specifically proposed amendment is consistent with policy 2.4. Southport will permit residential development to occur in response to market needs, provided the following criteria are met. Due respect is offered to all aspects of the environment, and 2, concurrent planning for improvements to community facilities, infrastructures, and services are provided. And further, they found that the proposed text amendment was reasonable due to the size, physical condition, and other attributes of the area.
Okay, when I read one before that, I thought I read something that we needed housing. That was part of this.
I believe that was the consistency for the previous.
The previous document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I apologize. All right, so Alderman Mosteller, go right ahead.
I just have some questions. Mo, I was going to ask you, based on, and Laura Sharkey's brought this up before, based on the CREWS, this Coastal Regional Evaluation of Wetland Significant Data found at the North Carolina Natural Heritage Data Map as it relates to the parcel. Can you sort of tell me what the significance of this wetlands is?
I'm not sure of the specifically of that wetland, but I do know that that area has wooded, forested area wetlands, which means that it's an emergent wetland, so that there are times that it's wet, and for the majority of the time it is dry. So in rainy periods it could be dry, and it is part of the natural system.
Right. Because I do have some comments too. That will get me back around to this. Okay, sure.
I move that we deny the land use consistency statement as presented. Is that sufficient? On page 45. 145. So this is a motion to deny the land use consistency statement as presented on. You just read that. Oh, I have to read the whole thing. Sorry, everybody. I move that we deny the land use consistency statement and the proposed zoning map amendment because it is inconsistent with the city's 2014 CAMA Core Land Use Plan, originally adopted November 13th, 2014, and subsequently amended, and not reasonable, and the text amendment is not reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion and we have a second. Is there discussion?
Yes. Now. Which is good. I've just got a few comments that I want to make about this. I would like to briefly mention the idea that R20 is a conservation tool. The idea that residences with the bigger setbacks for R20 lots result in more open space and are somehow better for the environment than contiguous, dedicated open space areas that are in our PUDs is not really accurate. This perspective may attempt to control the number of homes built in Southport, but it's inconsistent with wildlife and environmental preservation. Strictly speaking, traditional R20 development effectively fragments the whole parcel. We only require, currently in the UDO, it only requires 0.02 acres per unit, so that's effectively nothing on a parcel that's 7.9 acres. North Carolina Wildlife identifies loss and fragmentation of habitat as the leading causes of declining flora and fauna and recommends clustering development to retain unfragmented open space areas. The current parcel we're considering, I believe, Mo, is in the ETJ, and it's not large enough to be a PUD because it's less than 25 acres in the ETJ. I saw no mention of annexing in. Right. And even if it had annexed in, it still wouldn't meet the PUD requirement because that requires, in the city limits, it requires 8 acres, so it would still be deficient. I'm going to take a moment to mention that if we had conditional zoning, the applicant could have had the option to offer to have dedicated open space to help the family of deer, in the space, in exchange for being able to have smaller lots. Even if they were the same amount of units as the R20 allowed, with less roads and less infrastructure, it would be less expensive to build the project, and we would benefit and the developer would benefit. So it could have been a better fit than R20 if the proposed open space abutted Cades Cove's existing dedicated open space that's adjacent to this parcel. But the open space in Cades Cove that is also here, it has that wetlands designation. Then if some of this open space could have remained open space, you could have had the same 12, 14 houses, whatever R20 allows, and retained open space. So I just want to throw that out there. That said, without the conditional zoning tool, our UDO does not allow us to consider better options for the development of this parcel. So because of the wetlands designation, I certainly support this motion.
I could summarize my objection. I mean, the reason I want to deny this.
Karen, you're supporting the motion that.
Yeah. And I can summarize the reason I made that motion by saying there is nothing in this rezoning proposal that's good for Southport.
Any other comment?
I have a comment. It came up in my head that perhaps a PUD at 25 acres doesn't make sense as we're building out what's going on. So maybe that's something we need to look at as we move forward with our UDO stuff.
We can throw that into the list. So there's a motion on the floor, and there's a second. Any other conversation? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you. The next is a call for a public hearing, zoning map amendment and master development plan for Turtle Bay.
Excuse me, sorry. I'll make this one simple and easy. This is a plan unit development rezoning, a master development plan that needs to be, we would like to call for a public hearing at the May 9th meeting, please.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye and raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. The next one is alleyways. Dorothy, do you have a master map that shows all of that? Thank you.
Good evening. So, of course, this is part of our right-of-way conversations that we've been having, but there are several alleyways in the city of Southport, and some areas are passable, but many of them are overgrown, and we haven't been maintaining them. There are maps that show the alleyways, and they have always existed from what we can tell. Even the maps recorded in 1912, they're on there, and they're 10 feet wide. This is an old plat from 1949 and shows the block between Owens and St. George Streets. It doesn't continue throughout the whole area, it's just part of the property. Over the last few years, there have been requests for the city to abandon the alleyways from certain property owners. The board has desired to keep the property that we have. And then some other property owners have requested to clear it out so that they could use it for their golf cart access to the back of the property, or to just have extra space to use for recreation. In some cases, there are buildings through where the alleyway is located. And then because of our code enforcement program, it's become apparent the city has not maintained the alleyways, and is part of the right-of-way encroachment violations that we have. So we asked code enforcement to do a survey of the alleyways to assess their condition, and you all have a complete chart of all the pictures, but just a few of them, you can see some of them are kind of cleared out between the two properties and the fence. And then there's this alleyway, staff never gave permission for them to do that, essentially, but they are using it. And there are 4 deeded abandonment documents for the alleyways, and they're just located at North House Street between 9th and 10th Streets, between North House Street and Atlantic Avenue, from Owen Street to Leonard, between North House Street and North Lord Street between 11th and 10th, and then a 93-foot portion between 11th Street and Trevally Court. So to close or abandon the alleyway, there is a process that's required. The board has to adopt a resolution of intent. Property owners have to be notified, a public hearing has to be held, and then a final order. But even in the abandonment deeds that we were able to find, there's information or a statement that says that we hold on to our right to access the easement if we need it. And I just threw in some other pictures. So they are part of the right-of-way. They should be considered when deciding how to enforce encroachments. So from here on out, we can just work towards certain things. A survey can identify and mark the perimeters of the existing alleyways to get more accurate information about the size and the depth of those. City staff would need to rent the equipment, of course, to clear them. Any debris that is removed would have to be taken to an appropriate dumping facility. And then how much liability would the city have if there was any property damage? The city can contract with a company to do that for us after a survey is done. We're not able to get an accurate cost because we don't actually have an account on how much property there is, but it's approximately $10,000 per acre. And then the city can work to maintain them after that. And then I just threw in some fun pictures of how other municipalities have used their alleyways with little fountains and string lights. And then in Sanford, they have a little wall where you can scribe what you want to do before you die. And then there's also walking paths that can be created. So this is the map, and it's still hard to see because Southport is so large. But all the red on the map is where existing alleyways are located.
Is there any questions from the board? So I guess the bottom line is, because I'm only looking at one portion of the city, is there any continuous alleyways that we could use for a walking path or some linear thing? Is there enough without either the deeded ones, that there's nothing we can do about that, that's done, but is there enough, I don't care about encroachments, take them out, but if we put them all together, could we do something with those alleyways as far as bike path, walk path, something?
In my opinion, there's not going to be enough contiguous alleyway to make it worth your while. I mean, you've got a couple blocks that are straight through, but those are still residential blocks. I mean, if you cleared them, people could certainly walk, but I don't think anything, a special trail or bike path would be appropriate.
Only because they don't go through. Okay. Then I guess the question that we have is, so do we do nothing, which is an option, or I don't know why we would want to spend a lot of money to clear them if we're not going to do anything with them. And then the last thing would be, if we sold them to the property owners, I guess their tax rate would go up because that would be added more dirt to their property line. You're shaking your head, Karen, no. No to the idea of selling it, or no to the idea that that wouldn't increase the tax rate?
I probably no to both, actually. When you add, and as a realtor, they're loaded, but typically when you just add a little bit of land to something, it doesn't really increase the value of it unless it substantially changes something. But the thing about not selling, I'm not so sure that you can sell right of way. I think you have to abandon right of way, but Brady could answer that. But go ahead, Brady.
Well, if it's truly you guys own it, right, then I think the procedure you have to do is 168, 299, which is the ones that, and then essentially what that statute says is, okay, after you go through that whole process, we're going to split the line down the middle, property X adjacent, you get half, the property Y, you get the other half.
But it's giving it away. You give it away.
It's giving it away, yeah.
But so I have lived in other in places, in bungalow neighborhoods where we had old alleyways behind, and it's up to the citizen to maintain it and utilize it that way, and gives them access to the back of their property. Like the fella that's over on Lord Street that's waiting to be able to put in the alleyway that he built the garage for. So what I would like to see is that we had a policy or a permitting process that allows citizens to restore and maintain their alleyways. They benefit all the people that abut them, so it's sort of a shared thing, and rather than terminating or abandoning them. That'd be my conversation.
I think maybe the key word there is maintain, restore and maintain.
I think there's a lot of potential for these alleyways right there in that Owen to 11th Street, because you've got a commercial district that would allow entry from the back side of a commercial property, both on North Atlantic and on the Lord Street side. So I wouldn't want to give up the idea of using some of this to empower us with a different way of approaching our commercial. Because the parking in front on House Street is very limited. So if we use parking on these side streets to access the commercial, it would build a better.
Before I make a decision, I'd like to see a map of all of them, all at once. Do it. I'm looking at this and I'm just not.
It's not
in
showing
our
up.
packet,
It's not
and I
on
can't
the.
see
It's not
it
on the,
now.
okay.
No, it's not in the packet.
Okay, I apologize, I thought it
Then
was.
we'll email
can
you a
certainly email.
copy.
Okay,
So
I
you
don't,
have
I
it.
don't want to make a decision without seeing which ones are there and which ones go all the way through and so on.
I will send you the map.
Okay, so we're, what do we think we should do? Should we ask staff to go back and relook at this based on Alderman Spencer's idea for one part of that? To get the whole map so we can see the whole thing ourselves, and then come back at some future date and look at this again?
You know, there's certain things that just keep showing up, and alleyways is one of them, just keeps showing up. I think that we need to hold on to the alleyways and find a process for someone to come in and restore them, just what Karen said. And then the maintenance of those alleyways is up to the owners.
We're the owners.
The neighboring property owners.
Essentially be like an easement holder, and if you're the dominant holder, for an easement, you're responsible for maintenance.
Have you seen this before, Brady?
I mean,
And is there a way, I mean,
only, not, usually the problem is who owns it, right? I don't think that's the problem here. I think, for the most part, I don't think anybody's contesting, for some of these that I own or not. That's from the really legal stuff, but, I think some of the ideas that you have, I don't see, any problems with that from a legal standpoint, right?
So, would it be?
I really would like, with Robert, I really would like us, not tonight, because I don't think we have the information, but to come back and maybe we could write our thoughts down and send it to the manager, what we would like to have happen, and then we could see if that's possible to happen, what information we want to have, or options we might have, and then maybe section by section. I like to explore what Marcus brought up, and there may be other things that we can think of in the next couple of weeks. But that's just me talking.
It would be helpful if we had somebody from the Historical Society to talk to us about the original maps and intent of the alleyways, which is fascinating, and it's a good argument for hanging on to them.
Well, I've had I don't know if we qualify him as an expert, but he certainly knows that his end of town. Donnie Joyner, he and I have walked them. And the original alleyways were predominantly started in the African-American neighborhoods, and they went down to the water. And they used them for commerce back and forth, so they didn't have to walk in the roadway because there were no sidewalks, and they used them back and forth to go to the water. That is how it was explained to me multiple times. That was the original use of them.
The use,
Chief,
but they actually were laid
does
out.
that sound anything familiar?
They were, as I understand it, they were laid out as part of the town plan when the town was laid out.
Based on their orientation, that makes sense.
Yeah, I appreciate the history. I think that we need to focus on what is the future use of these. And so,
So do we have a motion to ask the manager to do anything?
Well, I want to make a motion that create a policy and/or permitting process that allows citizens to restore and maintain the adjacent alleyways to their property so that they can utilize them to access the rear of their property.
Are you making that as a formal motion to wait until we see the map?
Well, I was making it as a formal motion because we've seen the map, but I don't need to see the map. It's the alley. We're retaining the alleyways and giving the adjacent property owners the right to utilize them. I think that's what their purpose is. Again, this is just asking for a policy to come our way. We need a policy and/or permitting process that allows citizens to restore and maintain their alleyways if they are going to utilize them for the rear access of their property.
So how might we look at Alderman Spencer's idea that would require, I think his idea would require some teamwork with the city, because let's assume one guy doesn't want to keep it up where it goes past his property, but it would benefit the city as a whole to have people be able to access stores from the back. How do we do that part? Is that part of the, would you consider something like that to be in the, to explore it at the same time you're doing your exploration?
Sure, I guess so. Whoever benefits from it's probably the one that's going to keep it up. It's going. That's how it's been typically. Like this fella on Lord Street, he's willing to do the whole thing, even though he goes by 2 or 3 other houses, so he can.
Because it benefits him.
Right.
And so my point is, let's just say there's 15 stores, and 12 of them buy into this whole program, and it would benefit the city for people to be able to park someplace else, or the employees to park someplace else, and there's 3 that don't. I would like us to at least explore that opportunity. Whether it works out or not, it may not be feasible.
Seems to be hard to get consistency when you're going to let one individual in their backyard do it, and then the next person in their backyard might not do the same. So consistency of the alleys seems to be on us, rather than letting the owners decide how they're going to do the alleys.
Well, the policy could have specify gravel, whatever standards. The policy would have to have standards that they would have to follow. I would think that would be included in the policy. And as far as if you had, I don't think you can require someone to maintain the property alley behind them. So I don't think there's like, oh, here the businesses, you have to participate. I don't believe that would be a conversation. So.
Well, I think
We're just asking the staff to bring us policies, and this could be an option. I mean, just to bring us all kinds of options to think about.
I don't think, and Mr. Mayor, if I'm speaking out of turn, I don't think that was what he was suggesting.
okay.
I think that is there some liability or responsibility on the part of the city to participate in maintenance? Is that what you were?
And having a buy-in of everyone agree, not in Southport.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further conversation? All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye. It's unanimous. Thank you. Who says it can't be done? Okay, we've done number 6 already, and the remainder is just a reminder that board and committee appointments are afoot. They're on the social web page. I'm assuming they're on the city web page of that in June. Those people whose term expires, they all expire in June, of those ones that do expire. Going forward, there'll always be the June thing. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if you have an interest in any of the boards or committees, please submit your name. The committee reports are within your packet. Is there anything that any of the liaisons want to highlight tonight on the committee reports, understanding that it's 10 o'clock at night?
Just that Arbor Day is the 26th at 11 o'clock, Friday at 11 o'clock at Taylor Field.
All right.
And there'll be snow cones.
And Parks and Recreation meets this coming Tuesday night at the gym at 6 o'clock.
I'm moving to agenda item number L, which is the manager report.
Yes, very quickly, if you're wondering why I'm very short today, the budget's adopted. I mean, I finished my budget today, so I'm done. So you will be getting your budget books on Monday. I believe we will deliver them to your home, and then you can start studying, and we'll be presenting the actual, Dory and I'll be presenting the budget itself at your second meeting in May. But you'll start your budget workshops ahead of time. Underground wiring, kind of appropriate for the weather today, was completed on Moore Street, so on to Bay Street to do that, which would have been helpful today. And then I want to express, this was Officer Kelly Garrido's last day, and she's going back home. And she is such an awesome woman. And we're going to really, really miss her. She was the Officer of the Year last year. So wish her well, but I know the chief's very unhappy. So, and then Dory received her University of North Carolina Certificate of Municipal and County Administration today. And then years of service. Harlan Piles, 13 years. Addison White in grounds, 10 years. George Ball, 6 years, youth basketball. Sergeant Wade, 4 years. In the police department, Kylie Barefoot, 3 years, building inspector. Bob Jarvis, 1 year as our city engineer. Jared Parker for 1 year, grounds maintenance. And thank you, Mayor. Unless anybody has questions, I am done, literally.
No, ma'am. You deserve a rest. The mayor's comments is just to highlight that we've had 4 meetings this week, and we're still smiling at each other. That's a plus. And we have a busy schedule ahead of us with the budget cycle. Please stay tuned for that. If you see things or want to have comment, please let us all know what your comments are as we move forward to try to figure out how we manage. I don't know how many projects we got now, 31, something like that? 40-something projects with this much money and 40 projects, but we move forward, and we have been moving forward. with all the comments that go back and forth and the kidding and stuff that goes, we have been making some great progress. This board is, tonight, I think most of the things have been unanimous votes, and they've all been great conversation. So, staff reports are there. Board comments. I'm going to start with Frank. We do.
Yeah, we got to interview two people.
No, I know. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm saying in the positive. Yes, that 8:30 we'll be here, back here tomorrow morning until sometime tomorrow late afternoon. Alderman Spencer.
Yes, sir. Just to reiterate, Tom Lott, I appreciate them honoring him today. We've got all big shoes to fill with Southport Cares, and we need people to keep us in mind. That organization, led by Tom Lott, helped a lot of people that you really didn't get to see, and I really want to step up the fundraising for that organization, because literally people have burns on their hands and just come out of an ordeal, and they're handing them something to give them a little bit of ease for a day or two. And I've been extremely proud to be on the board of directors of Southport Cares. It's a great organization. So we appreciate Tom Lott. Thank you so much. That's it.
Alderman Kelly. Alderman Davis.
I'd just like to echo what Alderman Spencer said, and a big thank you to Chief Drew and to the mayor for what y'all did in presenting that. I got a few texts from him. He was pretty shocked to have experienced that. So Tom is a great guy and has been a great friend. When he called to say he was ready to move on, it's going to be a challenge. So I did, when I saw Tom this evening, I did give him a check for Southport Cares. And, you know, I'm big on, if I'm not willing to do it myself, I'm not going to ask you to do it. So if y'all have an opportunity to give back, and whatever you can, deliver the check to Mr. Spencer, and allow the giving to keep happening.
Alderman Mosteller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have a request of my fellow board members. Before middle of last year, I booked some plane tickets, and we changed the meeting to Mondays instead of Thursdays, and my schedule was predicated on that old schedule. So if I would just ask that you consider if we could move the June 3rd meeting to either the 6th or the 7th, then I could be able to participate. I've never missed a meeting, so I'd like to be able to participate.
Mr. Mayor, I'm fine with that.
I can do that.
Sure.
The 7th is a Friday.
The only date that's available is the 6th for the
6th.
building.
Okay. That would be awesome if y'all could do the 6th, the morning of the 6th.
Does that get you back in time?
No, unfortunately it does not.
Would Wednesday, the 5th?
Wednesday the 5th would be better for me.
For any of y'all?
I'm sorry, Wednesday the 5th of June would be better for me.
How about everybody else? Is everybody else good with that?
All right, so we'll change it to Wednesday the 5th.
And
Okay.
It will have to take place at Indian Trail because the community building's not available.
But I don't know, can we have a Thursday night meeting there? Is that big?
It's
Thursday morning.
It's a morning
A
meeting.
Thursday morning, I'm sorry, yes, I'm good, yes. Yep.
Wednesday morning.
Wednesday.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? Another unanimous, thank you.
Yeah, shocking. You're not driving